to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square, and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
That's right, folks. We're going to be talking with Suris. Hello, everybody. Hello, sweet sounds. Yes, the William Tell song by Ken Theriot is great, or Therio. I don't know how they pronounce it. Hello, Regignant Mogus. Hello, Christina. Hello, Mercury. Hello, Tea Leaf. Hello, Erica. Hello, Sweet Sounds, you got 2 hellos. Hello, Kivane Duffer. Hello. You should record some song covers. I want to write some songs. Basically, I make up songs when I drive my car, and I'd really like to make some fuck ice songs in like kind of a folky way and hand them off to Jazz Dog and see what happens. You know, I think that'd be fun. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Irish Witch Hazel. Hello, Limes Floofio Taco. Hello. The Profane Priestess. I read that. Limes, I'm so sorry. I read your name so wrong. Limes Floofy Otaku. There you go. Not Floofio Taco, which is, that's a, I don't even know what that means. Hello. Zula Goetia. Hello. How we doing? Starry Dragonfly. Hello. Ancom Jane. Hello. Comrade Girl 2018. Hello. Gab Includes Tone Police. Hello. Twin Tails 100. Hello. Horizon. Hello. Witch Night Melody. Hello. Punky Gal. Hello. Gamer G. And happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gamer G. Happy birthday to you and many more. Happy birthday. Also, send me your Steam wish list. Hello, Horizon. Thank you for the $5
Got my
dono.
local progressive group to start spreading some stickers of stuff from the Discord's AGIT prop channel.
Hell yes! That is exactly the purpose of that channel. Thank you for fulfilling the entire reason I wanted to have that channel exist. Thank you so much, Horizon. Also, hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello! For reals? Yeah, absolutely. Hello, PC Schwarz. Hello, Witch Night Melody. Hello! How we doing, Fox of Fate? Hello, Snogan. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Erica Bastion. I've said hello to Erica like 3 times today. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Knifey is Duck. Hello, Josh. Ahoy. Hello, my shimpy viewers. We gotta call in to Surus. Okay, I am ready whenever you are. I am ready now. Maybe I should just call Surus? Pew, 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 pew. I've had a lot of caffeine today. Hello, Miss Evelyn. Hello, Phantom Media. We got the live chat on YouTube. We got it all going. Hit the like button. It's true. Hit the goddamn button, chatters. Hello, Transfemme Princess. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Brandon H. Hey, there we go. Hello. How we doing, Surus?
Hello. I should probably set things up to where I can have your camera shown to people too, I imagine, right?
I can try to do that. I'll do my best.
Are you on stream as well right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Then it should. From what I understand, Discord should be able to use the same camera that your stream is using.
Okay.
So that shouldn't. At least I think. I could be wrong.
Yeah, but I'll
I
see.
think it should. We'll find out.
I'm a little disturbed because I turned on my Elgato, like I previewed my Elgato like camera, the virtual camera. It's just an empty chair in a dark room, and I'm sitting in the chair, so I'm a little concerned.
Are you in studio mode on OBS right now? Yep, that's just showing the dark chair. Okay, so all that means is that it has a cached image right now, and it needs to be reloaded.
All right, that's
all that means.
It's not a prophecy, right?
That is for. But hold on, don't move away from that chair image. I need my stream to see that. That is some foreboding shit.
I'm
right
literally for context, I'm literally sitting in it right now, and it's just like, why does it look so dark? Why am I not in the picture?
Oh, you're totally there. You're totally there.
It's a chair stream.
I will give you the warning that as of this exact moment, you are warring with a handful of things. Right now, my attention is split between the food I'm still finishing down and the dopamine coming from that food that is trying to help me cope with the fact that my tooth is on fucking fire.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tooth pain is the worst.
I've been dealing with it for about a month. My insurance, I accidentally let my dental insurance lapse because I'm not used to having dental insurance.
Oh no.
So this is the third time now I have tried mailing the check out to get it fixed because apparently DentaQuest will not accept you paying digitally. They force you to mail in a check.
I'm sorry.
Reactivate your account.
I know that this is like really exploitative and awful, and I'm really sorry, but I'm sorry. The insurance company is called DentaQuest.
It's called DentaQuest. Yes.
That sounds like an educational game from the 90s that like would have a weirdly large following in the modern era.
Or one of those fake games that they talked about on StrongBad and HomestarRunner.com.
Yeah.
That would end up becoming an 8-bit game on their website 2 weeks after making the joke.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let me try this. Will it break?
By the way, that happened with Peasant's Quest.
Is that how Peasant's Quest got started? That's great.
So Peasant's Quest was the Trogdor episode for StrongBad, and then they made the joke of the Peasant's Quest video game by making the Peasant's Quest video game, and then they made the trailer for the Peasant's Quest movie that of course isn't a real movie after that. So the trailer is based off of a video game that is based off of a one-off joke from like the first 50 episodes of StrongBad.
That's wild.
That also has a song in Guitar Hero 2 because video games were more fun when I was a kid.
Homestar Runner was like really, really punched above its weight.
I have forced my chat to watch copious amounts of Homestar Runner.
Awesome.
And I will force them to watch more.
Here, I think with my video, I think if I just turn on this, there we go. It's mirrored for some reason, but you can see me move. That's a step in the right direction.
We're doing better. 2 of my characters have. Oh, that's the other thing you're warring with. I'm playing Final Fantasy 3 as well.
Oh, fun!
I figured. So the stuff that I have for us to talk about today, some of it is Matt Walsh related. So I need things to help me cope with this shit.
That's fair.
Because there's only so much Matt Walsh one can consume. I need to stop while I'm ahead. That is a sentence that I ought never to have spoken.
Yeah. But it's understandable. I like, doing what I do, doing what you do, it do be like that.
I kind of wish that Matt Walsh's mother would have just consumed instead of having him.
I mean, given his behavior, I take it you mean like consumed like as soon as he was born, like just like ate it.
Oh no, I'm not advocating for cannibalism. I just think she should have swallowed.
Oh God.
I'm sorry, I was reaching for that one.
Is there no option to like mirror this? Okay, wait. I think I got this. I think I have a method.
The other thing I've got to do is I need to screen share the Walshening with you.
What is that?
We're going to be covering Matt Walsh, and I hate myself, so I'm doing everything in my power to make this more enjoyable.
Chat, is it weird that you can now you're seeing me flipped? Is it weird?
Hold on. I just realized. Wait, can I just window capture from Discord and this not be cringe? Is that a thing I can do?
Probably.
Will that still work? Aha. There we go. I was about to say, God damn it, I have to get a 4th monitor now. because having you on one screen, having the game on one screen, having OBS on one screen, and then having Walsh and his antics on one screen, it makes sense, but I can at least consolidate this with what I've got. Oh, the acetaminophen's kicking in.
Is that
Thank
nice?
fuck. It stopped hurting to talk 30 seconds ago.
Oof.
I'm still dimly aware that I have teeth in my mouth, and that's an unsettling feeling. But it's something. Also, for anybody who is over in Riverboat Jack's stream right now, and is not used to my normal degeneracy, I apologize if there's a level of unhinged you're not prepared for. That apology is also fake, and you'll be okay.
It's fine. My chat has created an ongoing meme about milkmen, but not in the way one might think about milkmen.
Context.
The context is the Jordan Peterson milking saga.
The milking saga.
Yeah, are you aware of this?
So I'm letting you know right now, before I do anything else, I've hit the record button because I need you to explain the Jordan Peterson milking saga in full. And just understand, this will become permanent content on my channel afterwards.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's just something that we're all going to have to be okay with at the end of the day. What actually, like, can you explain whatever this madness is, please?
So Jordan Peterson, he's not well. He's not doing okay.
Oh, no, he's not. Anybody who has to go for like several months to be put into a forced coma is not well.
Yeah, and well, he's also very, very gullible, and he stumbled across what I would call some very niche pornography.
Some very niche pornography, okay? Involving milk?
Involving, like an Asian dominatrix in a medical setting.
Okay.
Milking men.
Okay, so he's discovered the Silent Hill fandom. I'm just trying to...
Yeah, basically...
He's discovered the Silent Hill fandom post Silent Hill 2. Like, I don't see the weirdness.
but he posted it on Twitter because he thought it was real. He thought it was what the actual government of China was doing, and they were
forcing people to be milked by dummy mommies in.
Yeah.
Okay.
That it was like jerk off machines, and he thought it was real, and he shared it on Twitter.
This man is to be taken seriously, everybody. You know what?
Give that man millions of dollars from the Daily Wire. He's a great philosopher.
Yep. That's
So I offhandedly mentioned this on my stream like a couple weeks ago because I thought everyone remembered this incident, because I certainly do.
So I not only did not remember this incident, this is the first time hearing of this incident, unless I memory hold it, which is possible. I'm not putting it past me. I have a bad memory, and I feel like my brain does that as a defense mechanism many times. And this is one of those times, at least. Raised Waterbender says, I once heard him described as a public pseudo-intellectual, and I think that about sums him up. So here's the thing. I don't think most people understand what the word pseudo-intellectual really means, but like, I don't know. Jack, do you feel like this is an apt descriptor? Somebody who thinks that their shower thoughts are the most profane thing on the fucking planet. I think that's the best way to describe a pseudo-intellectual, personally. I can't think of a better way.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. I needed to, like, just to make sure, because sometimes I say something like this and I'm like, are you sure that's real? Because, like, maybe maybe my brain is just politically brain poisoned.
Profound, not profane.
Oh.
My brain is wrong. I thought profane. I guess, again, we were talking about the milking incident with... Man, it sounds so wrong.
It does.
To say to say the Jordan Peterson milking incident, and my brain was just thinking about that. That is a profane and horrible thing. And I guess I just not only tried to memory hole that, but just completely thought this was something else.
Yeah, I would like, I have the tweet, and you can see their dicks in it, and he says, and I'm just gonna quote it here because I don't want to like show it on screen, but
yeah, no, that's definitely something not to show to everybody.
He just says, such fun in unbelievable techno nightmare CCP hell. And he's quote tweeting an account that says, "What's going on in China? 3 children policy?" And it's just pornography. It's just a dommy mommy porn.
Yeah, all that's happening is a couple of people. All that's happening is that a couple of people are getting their rocks off. My guy, you can cease anytime. Like, there's just you have the ability to look at things that happen on the internet and not respond. You can just do the meme of delicious. We listen and don't judge, and then you will be seen as less of a joke.
And by the way, this was in 2023, so I think it might have been slightly before he got his Daily Wire contract. I don't remember exactly when that happened, but like, the Daily Wire looked at this and said, yes, let's give this man all of our money, and now they're bankrupt.
I'm fairly certain. Hold on, let's double check this. When did Jordan Peterson begin working for the Daily Wire? And now let's see Google's AI tell me something completely fucking incorrect. Okay, so he started in 2022. So we can assume that Jordan Peterson's milking fetish, which by the way, only shows up on your feed if you are already looking up things about that, because that is how algorithmic suggestion feeds work.
Yep.
So that information made it to his eyeballs, and consequently to the rest of our eyeballs and ear holes on Ben Shapiro's bottom dollar.
Yep. And on the bottom dollar,
and now the Daily Wire is going bankrupt. You know what? Perfect. Whatever. I'm here for it. I'm here for all of it. Why do we live in this timeline? We could improve it.
We can. But anyway, my chat keeps making Milkman references.
Okay, you know what? I get it. I get it 100%. I am appalled, and I wish for the ceasing of humanity. But I'm also here against my own will. Somebody please save me. I am blinking right now profusely.
That question is whether Suris is aware that Dilbert creator Doug Adams originally intended the character of Dogbert to be named Dildog.
I am worried about what I might have to answer, but sure, why not?
Do you know what the original name of Dogbert from the Scott Adams comic strip Dilbert was originally supposed to be?
No, I don't, and I'm horrified to know the answer.
Okay, so for those who don't know, we were talking about Scott Adams on the show the other day, and because he's just absolutely like virulently racist, far right, weirdly gets retweeted by Elon Musk. Like he's gotten a weird amount of prominence despite being absolutely insane. And my chat made me aware that apparently when he was workshopping names for characters, one of the rejected names for Dogbert, the dog companion of Dilbert, was Dildog. And
I wonder why that was rejected.
Note Jack is keeping the breeder reactor content silent.
I possibly think of why that would be rejected. I can't. I have now been informed by Stoff that milking porn of me is coming soon.
Oh,
and
God. I'm sorry.
I hate many things about uttering that sentence, especially the fact that I had to say the word "come" as part of that.
Now you got to be careful about saying the word "utter."
God, fucking, I regret. Okay, chat, you guys, I just want you guys to know we've been planning this collab for like 3 weeks now. And this is what's come of it.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand.
I'm really sorry.
Life right now.
This is every day when I come into my chat. I don't know what gets into them, but they curse me with information like that, and then I have to spread it to other people. It's a cognito hazard over here, Cirrus.
Yep, it. You know what? I've read plenty of SCP. I'm well aware of the power of cognito hazards. Okay. Geargasm says no more cat Cirrus. Now we need cow Cirrus. You guys realize that Pernia has made Cowkini art of me already. You guys have been beat to this degeneracy. I just want you to understand that.
Oh God.
All right. I'm comfortable pressing the record button and ending that travesty. I do not know how people are going to feel like when that gets into their YouTube feeds, but you know what? They clicked on the channel of a guy with a VTuber avatar with bouncy maid tits, so they really are here for it, I guess.
Yep.
Guitar Rocker says, "Oh, hi, Riverboat Jack. Wonderful go up. Guitar Rocker is my editor."
Hi, Guitar Rocker.
Although technically we briefly shared an editor because your current editor has done editing work for me before.
It's true. And they're absolutely wonderful.
Yeah. They are great.
Also,
she's wonderful.
Also, it's her birthday. Happy birthday.
I did not know it was her birthday. I need to send her a birthday message.
Yeah.
Where is my phone? Because Discord is currently being utilized for camera reasons. My phone is here somewhere. Where did it go? The Final Fantasy III auto battler just handled the battle for me, and my summoner died halfway through. What is wrong with me? There's my phone. I found it. Guitar Rocker says, to Riverboat Jack, your editor has been very helpful to us. Thank you. True. So Guitar Rocker, who's been doing my editing recently because Cherry has a bunch of other projects that needed to be done, so Cherry directed me over to Guitar Rocker being my new editor. And K-Fox grabbed Guitar Rocker and kind of took him under her wing for a second, just like, hey, here's how you do some audio stuff. Here's how you handle some things in regards to editing to smooth this out. Subnark says he died to death magic. Is that okay? So I know that death magic's a thing in Final Fantasy, but that really sounds like people die when they are killed type shit. That really sounds like that.
You know, technically, I cast death magic every day on all of my enemies. They're all trapped. They're all gonna die someday.
I cast death magic every time that we don't need to talk about that. There's like 300 million of them that go away when I do that.
Oh no.
Look, we started off with Jordan Peterson milking.
Yep.
I think that a single masturbation joke is perfectly fine.
Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Whew.
There we go. Okay, happy birthdays have been sent. Let me see if I can get a screen share going of the madness that we have to cover here. Also, I do want to thank everybody in my chat from yesterday. We found out that I had fucked up one of my own sponsorships on the Magic the Gathering channel. So I'm sponsored by Manapool. So for anybody who plays Magic, if you want to get cards after the TCG player union busting debacle.
Ooh.
I don't know if you heard about that on your side of things.
No.
Okay, so eBay bought TCG Player a while back. The TCG Player unionized, and eBay is shutting down all of the warehouses in I think it's in Buffalo that the union is based in, and moving everything to Kentucky, where the union will not be. And they did this after stonewalling them for 2 years on negotiations for their contract. So I'm not buying from TCG Player again because that's fucking bullshit. And literally a couple days after that, I went and got a Manapool sponsorship because Manapool works with all of the same card shops for the most part that TCG Player worked with, because TCG Player is just a they're a middleman between you and like 1,000 other card shops. Maniple does the same thing without the weird, gross union busty bullshit. So I got that sponsorship really quick.
Hell yeah.
I was just like, TCG player stoneballed me on a sponsorship, and now I'm glad I didn't have them. Anywho, but turns out I fucked up my own affiliate link with them.
Oh no.
And I didn't realize that. So a few people in my chat let me know, like, hey, we wanted to double check that things were working. I said, okay. Found out that they weren't. But I got an email from the guy who runs Maniple today saying that everything has been fixed on the back end, and they're going to retroactively credit me for everything that was sent through the dead link.
Oh, that's awesome.
Originally.
That's some upstanding behavior right there.
Yeah, that's, not union busting behavior. That's great.
Yeah.
Oy. But I did learn something throughout that debacle. So I didn't talk about the union busting stuff on my political channel. I talked about it all on my Magic channel. And it turns out your apolitical gamers are really fucking bad whenever you start suggesting just random, like, normal leftist shit to them.
Oh,
like,
yeah?
Unions are good. They
so
suddenly
that didn't
get
go
all
well?
angry. A few of them, I got a bunch of unsubscriptions from it, but I'm just like, hey, look, it's the people I didn't want in my audience anyway.
Yeah.
Why? I'm okay with that.
I don't understand people who are like anti-union. I just don't get it. Like, oh yeah, we're against, I don't know, being able to negotiate higher wages. I just don't get it.
I do get it, actually. So hold on, let me find the perfect sound. I don't want to find the perfect sound. The perfect sound is already coming out of my speakers. Dumb Discord program. There we go. Okay. So can you see his dumb face?
Yes.
Okay, now let's see, can you hear his dumb face?
Convenience store, and police recover surveillance tapes.
I can.
Okay, cool. Now I'm glad that we both hate each other just as much as we should.
You'd think gamers would be more supportive of that, considering they all played FFVII reunion.
I kind of want to have a back and forth with you about the anti-union stuff, because that's a point that I think I get from my time at Walmart and Quick Trip and a few other areas. So there was a bit of propaganda that was sent out years ago. I don't know if anybody remembers the Hilton Hotel unionizing shit, where there were multiple Hilton hotels that had a union contract, and they had a minimum wage of about $12 an hour for their staff. And then there were a set of Hilton hotels that were non-unionized further north of those ones that had $15 and $16 for their hiring wages versus the union ones. And Steven Crowder and a bunch of people talked about this years ago, saying that this was evidence that unions were worthless, that, look, you actually get lower wages when you go to those unions, and the wages are even lower than they look because those people are also paying union dues and all that fun stuff. So that's one set of things that I remember distinctly from years ago that can play into people being anti-union, because on paper, unions are great. On paper, unions are fantastic. But there are also corporate unions. There are also police unions. There are versions of unions that are objectively fucking horrible. So I understand anti-union sentiment, because I also used to be anti-union. Back when I was working at Walmart, I bought the anti-union propaganda we were given hook, line, and sinker, because it was like my second or third job I had ever had. So I was still working with, like, the information that gets put in front of me is the information I'm consuming, for better or worse.
Yeah.
I didn't necessarily know any further context outside of, well, the CBL said union is bad, so it's bad. And that guy over there that talks about change my mind, he also said unions are bad. And I don't know how to do media analysis yet, so I guess unions are bad, and that smart guy over there who's smarter than me knows better.
I mean, like, I understand the propaganda. It's just like, I wish people thought about it more, you know? I just guys,
I can understand.
Come on.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
I wish they would think about it more too, but I think from the perspective, and this is the thing that we need to get really good about on the left, is there's a lot of assumptions we make from the left.
It's true.
That is, oh, that's another one. Yeah, no, Zero Life King just brought it up. Kroger's corporate union is also a scam union. I forgot about that because I worked for Kroger as well, and their union basically fucked me because when I tried to complain, my store had a bad nepotism problem. My store had a worker at my pay level whose mother was the manager above her manager.
Oh boy.
So the person who effectively controlled our shift was the employee making the same money as I did at the same pay grade as I was. My manager, Sam, did not call the shots. That bitch called the shots.
Yeah.
And that was the only job that I have ever physically walked out of mid-shift.
Oof.
Has been that job, and it was because of that was one of several problems. I complained to HR and tried to work through the union to get things handled, and all they ended up doing was telling the grocery manager that I had complained, and then I got cornered at the end of one of my shifts by the grocery manager with her effectively saying, if you ever complain about me again, it will be your job. And I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. So that open door policy was bullshit.
Yep.
That's good to know. I shouldn't have opened my mouth at all. Like those were my early experience. Like that was my first union experience.
Yeah.
Was Kroger. And then all of my experience beforehand was, right-wing propaganda and Walmart's CBLs and shit like that. And the first union that almost everybody deals with, the very first union everybody ever has dealt with in their life, the teachers union.
Oh yeah.
When you're a kid and you have that super shitty teacher who's an asshole and you hear the words tenure for the first time, that's like the first bit of poison that I ever got, I think. I didn't connect the dots that was a union issue, but I can see how somebody who listens to a lot of Shapiro, Walsh, and etc. would.
I don't know that public school teachers have tenure though, right? Like if you're
I was always told that they did.
I think if you're like a tenure is like only as far as I know, like only a college professor thing. Like,
right, but that's not the information that was given to 12 and 13-year-old me.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Like this is a young, very, very young me that doesn't have access to information in the ways that we have access to information now.
Yeah.
So all I hear is, oh, well, this teacher who's being really shitty to me has tenure. They have tenure because of union. I didn't necessarily connect those dots when I was a kid.
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah, that those things might go hand in hand. But I can kind of understand the anti-union sentiment because we're fed poison about unions for years. Like an uncomfortable amount of time we are fed poison about unions. And until you actually get into a union, you're going to continue to accept that poison because you don't have anything that's changing that experience. Like, hell, even when you get into a union, you might end up being anti-union. You know how many people who work for, like, the Electricians Guild at the local end up voting for right-wing politicians and anti-union principles despite being in a union? Like, the weirdest, most anti-union people end up being the people who need the unions the most.
Yeah, the Teamsters, like, I think are majority, like, conservative. But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I remember, like, I think I was in high school, and like when I first encountered the idea of what like feminism is, and beyond like, oh, it's what mean old ladies say they are. Like my idea of what a feminist was like a holdover of like anti-feminist stereotypes from like, I don't know, the suffragette era. Do you remember the movie Mary Poppins?
I do.
do you remember at the very beginning of the movie, like one of the like problems I think that the movie kind of frames is that the mom in the family is like negligent in her duties as like a wife because she's going off to suffragette meetings.
So I watched Mary Poppins when I was about 5.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't remember that at all, because at the age that I was watching that, I hadn't seen anything framed that way. I didn't know what those meant.
Yeah, it was but like I had like the schema from like a million different things, and it was just kind of like, and like the mom in that movie isn't mean, but like I just had this schema that like, oh, being a feminist is kind of wrong and outdated. You know, this movie is set in like the 1800s or whatever. Like it's the 1990s or it's the early 2000s. We don't need that anymore. You know, people have learned to be better towards women. And then I found out what actual feminism is and a little bit more about the world. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I think my first experience with so technically there are 3 distinct moments with my first experiences with feminism. My first experience with feminism ever as a kid probably was watching Animaniacs and Dot. Because that Animaniacs was very political, and I didn't know that when I was a kid. So I couldn't connect to those dots. Like, oh, well, Dot's a feminist, and this makes sense, because all I thought was, well, the funny cartoon characters are making funny jokes about Bill Clinton, and that's funny. Like, that's as far as I got. But then my first actual experience with a feminist after that was dating somebody who was a feminist who was fairly toxic about their views. At least I thought they were fairly toxic about them at the time. But I also grew up in a Christian private school and then later a magnet school. So I was just in this world of privilege where everybody knows more shit, despite the fact that, you know, we were being told the Earth was 6,000 years old. So
Happens.
that painted feminism in a negative light, and that, you know, cartoon character did not tell me anything about that. And then after that, my experience with feminism came mostly from your right-wing commenters, your Steven Crowder, your, at the time, Hunter Avalon. Who else was I watching around that time? I wasn't watching Shapiro. I wasn't watching Walsh. I watched a couple episodes from Steven Crowder, just the Change My Mind stuff, and I saw some stuff from like Sargon and Thunderfoot back during the Anita Sarkeesian days.
Yep.
And so like my schema for what feminism was always negative.
Yeah.
And then I started making content, and I wanted to do like apolitical atheism content, so I didn't talk about it. And while I wasn't talking about it, I was learning more about it, and my mind was being changed until I finally was okay talking about this shit. And then like now there's this funny weird thing where there's people who can go, well, Cyrus was he hasn't ever seemed that bad. And I'm just like, no, I just was quiet.
Yeah.
And I was bad, but I was quiet.
Yeah, I think I had kind of what I would describe as kind of like low key like misogynist beliefs, and then I kind of grew up a little bit more, and like I was working at Game Informer for a little while, and
okay.
Like,
I didn't know you worked for Game Informer.
Yeah, I interned there actually.
Okay.
So I worked there for like a summer after I graduated college. And like in college, I had learned about, I have an English degree, and I learned about like analyzing texts through like a feminist lens. And I was like, oh, that's what feminism is. Okay, that makes more sense. It's an ideology for women and men. It just because it has the word, like a root word like feminine in it, doesn't mean it's just for women.
Yeah, just because it says girly doesn't mean that everybody who's under its umbrella needs to be a woman, because there's concepts within feminism that deal with, say, toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
Which is a thing that also the right wing never actually managed to poison me on. That was one of those things that I didn't hear enough of from the channels that I was listening to, that I didn't develop an opinion. Because like during those early times, I wasn't developing my own opinions. I was quite literally just parroting whatever convenient shit I heard that sounded like it was plausible.
Yeah,
and that's not a good way to function.
No, no, it's not. But like, I think for me, like an entry level to feminism was like, hey, it's kind of bullshit that like we have, you know, blue for boys and pink for girls. What is that based on? And then I like looked, I like researched it and was like, oh, it's
capitalism.
It's literally just it's easier to market things to a smaller demographic of people if you like break them up. And oh, the entire association between these colors is also just bullshit because one year they ran out of paints and a store started using blue for boys and pink for girls, and it just kind of caught on. And like there's nothing intrinsic about these ideas. We impose this kind of bullshit standard, and there's not really a good reason for it other than maintaining a certain type of power structure. And so I learned like these basics, and then I like the Gamergate stuff hit kind of like as I was in gaming journalism, and I was just like, oh, this is awful. This is okay, yeah, maybe we do still need this feminism thing. You know, like maybe this is way more relevant than I ever thought it was.
That's another thing that it didn't occur to me with the media that I was consuming at that time, because you mentioned the concept that, oh, this isn't like this monolithic thought process. This is a lens through which you can view the world. And that's something that I didn't get really early on, because like, for instance, anybody who's been dealing with media analysis for any amount of time knows what it means to look at something through a lens of Black culture, a Marxist lens, a feminist lens. You know what it means to look at those things through those lenses. But if you're not very media literate, you don't know what that means. So if you hear the one that I remember early on was Anita Sarkeesian when she was doing her Women in Game series, and she was talking about, I think it was Double Dragon, where the beginning of the game is one of the character's girlfriends getting beat and then taken away by a gang, and you need to go save her. And the fight between her and Sargon of Akkad effectively was her going, this shows the tropes of women being trophies and women being objects to be fought after. And Sargon was like, no, this is showcasing chivalry and classic ideas of manlyhood. And it didn't occur to me that they're both fucking right.
Yeah.
Both of them are correct because they're viewing this through a different lens. Each of them is looking at this through a different lens of media analysis. That concept didn't occur to me. I was just a dumb person going, the one who sounds smarter is right. The one who sounds smarter is the correct one. It didn't occur to me that there isn't actually a fucking fight here. It can be both of those things.
Yeah, and it's just that, like, it is, like, kind of this idea that, like, those old standards and tropes that hold up kind of, like, the old patriarchal system, they're good. You know, like, it's just, you know, Sargon and people like him just believe that that's good. Those power structures should be that way. You know, this is right. And it's just kind of, in their view, it's like, this is showing how the world is. So, you know, like, there's nothing wrong with showing what is. And
yeah, that's another thing that's interesting when you're not looking at things through those lenses, when you're not looking at things through like different lens of media analysis. There was a argument that I got into with a friend of mine years ago, and it ended up being a public debate on another friend's channel about The Killing Joke. And if you've read the comic for The Killing Joke, there is a moment where Barbara Gordon gets sexually assaulted by the Joker, and a friend of mine had a big problem with that and how that was portrayed. And at the time, my only thought that I could give to it was, so let me get this straight. Your problem is that the villain and the bad guy did the bad guy thing.
Mm-hmm.
The villain did a bad thing, and that's something that you're mad about. That sounds really silly. And years later, I would do more research into things like the woman in the fridge incident in comics. For anybody who's familiar with that bit of, I think it was a Green Lantern when that happened. Kyle Rayner's Green Lantern, finding out that his girlfriend was stuck in a fridge. And it just, the way that women were handled in a lot of media was, well, they are disposable or they are side characters or all this stuff. I wasn't understanding that the problem that she's having is not that the bad guy did the bad guy thing. The problem that she was having was, well, I don't like how comics generally were handling characters like Barbara Gordon. This is a way to sideline them. Punish the male characters by hurting the female characters is a very common thing, because that's what Joker was doing, is he was trying to break Batman and he was trying to break Gordon.
Yeah.
And to break Commissioner Gordon, he went for his daughter.
Well,
and that's didn't occur to me then, because I wasn't used to that concept of, let's view this through a different lens. It doesn't mean something ultimately is one thing or the other. It's just a different way to look at it.
Yeah, and it in some cases, like, it's not even an issue with that. Like in isolation, it's not bad to have a bad character do a bad thing. But if you're looking at, like, oh, this happens all the time, like, this is a really overused trope that has a negative, like, message about, like, ownership over women, or you know, putting women on the sidelines or in a fridge. Like, it's the amount to which we do that in our narratives and our storytellings, and like that can kind of seep into real life in a myriad of subtle ways that aren't great.
Yeah, that's the other thing that didn't occur to me, is that it's not that, you know, like you said, it's not that the Joker did a bad thing. That's not what the problem is. The problem is that was something that happened all the time in media. How do you get to the male protagonist? Well, you go through the female. You attack the female because they're the weaker one. And if we assault them, we can make it shocking for shocking's sake. And like that stuff just did not occur to me. And that's kind of a problem. It's a problem not just of being, you know, I guess illiterate's probably the best way to think about that. Like, it's not just a problem of being media illiterate. It's also the problem of how we communicate those ideas to people, because it can sound, as somebody who was, you know, right-wing conservative, it can sound very condescending when you give that analysis and you don't do it in a way that's careful and treats it as if this is just one perspective of looking at this, as opposed to saying, this is the way this is. Because a lot of times it comes off as saying, this is the way this is, and it's bad and it's wrong. And you're just like, but that's my favorite thing. Or in the case of the Killing Joke, going, okay, but that's one of the most prolific, well-known things that happened in comic book history. How dare you insult it? Like, we as people do a lot of, like, taking media in as part of our personalities.
Yeah, like, it is one of those things where, like, there's also kind of like how people can tell edgy jokes, but you have to be good at telling the edgy joke. You know, like, it has to be a good joke.
Yeah.
And I remember I reviewed the Wasteland 2. Have you ever played that?
I have not, actually, no.
It's a really good game, but there is a part in it where, like, you visit this town, and the town is just, like, implied that, like, well, not implied. They are enslaving people, like, it's a post-apocalyptic, and they're doing, like, slaves, and there's, like, just kind of offhandedly mentioned as, like, scene dressing that, like, Oh yeah, they're also making sex slaves. You know, they're keeping people in sexual slavery, and like then they never do anything with that. It's just kind of
just a thing that happens.
Yeah, it's just like this window dressing, but it's kind of like, well, if you're gonna do this, then it colors like how I thought of the entire rest of this segment of the game, where it's just kind of like you have the option to just like make an alliance with these people, and it's like, yeah, and the idea of like, oh, it just never comes up again, you know, like it seemed kind of just grotesquely added in there.
It's a thing that's shocking for shocking's sake.
Yeah, without really being willing to engage with that. Because I don't have a problem if you want to put that in your game, but I have a problem with it if you're just putting it in your game and you're not actually doing anything with it.
I guess the opposite of that, there's two opposites to it that I do like. One from a series that actually, both of them from series that started out not having a very mature concept of how to handle the genders, and then grew up about it, one more so than the other. One of them, you've played Ocarina of Time before, I'm sure, right?
Oh yeah, so many times.
Okay, so the Gerudo.
Yeah.
It is never outright stated that the Gerudo capture Hylian men and rape them. Never once is that stated, but it is 100% what happens.
Hi.
Because we witnessed the Hylian men being captured. We know that the Hylian women cannot birth men but one every 100 years. So, like, we know for a fact that this is a thing that happens in their society and is normal, but the game does not try to tell you that. It lets you figure that shit out. I like that. That's the way that you have that as, like, window dressing without it being very, very insulting to the reader or without it being handled poorly, is you let that be something that is thoroughly implied. Now, it's harder to do that in, say, written medium, because when you're doing written medium, environmental storytelling isn't a thing that you have as well, because then you run into problems of, like, Chekhov's gun. Because then if the character has mentioned that they saw it as they were walking down the room, now you have to pay that off, which in a video game or in a movie, you don't really have to do. You can just have that information available to the viewer, and then it's there. That's not saying video games are better storytellers than books. Absolutely fucking not. Because my other example is actually from a book series. Have you read the Dresden Files?
I haven't read it. I watched the TV show. I have a weird fondness for the show.
I am sorry.
I know it is not a good representation of the books. I just haven't had time to get to it.
Okay, so spoiler alert for the Dresden Files for early books that were released almost 20 years ago. But spoiler alert for some of the earlier books. So it is outright stated in the earlier Dresden books that the vampire courts use sex. And they use sex a lot to get to their victims. The White Court is mostly made up of succubi that actually, like, feed off of people's emotions, so they do it in a more direct way. The Red Court do it more as a way to lure in victims because they actually, like, eat and consume them.
Okay.
But they need a way to get people in there. So, like, they'll do things like they owned a place called the Velvet Room, or at least one vampire owned a place called the Velvet Room that was just a brothel. Like, there's no two ways about it. It was just a brothel. So in the Dresden Files, they mention that all the time, but the person that they actually have get assaulted by the Red Court vampires after establishing that they use sex as a way to lure victims in or even torture them, which we didn't know that they did this to torture them at the time in the book series, but the main character, Harry, it is not described directly, but it is heavily implied that he is gang raped by the vampires.
Yeah.
And when I say it's not described directly, it's like the way that it's written is like he is in a dark room surrounded by them. He's feeling the he's feeling the caress of their tongues on his body, and he's like every couple books, like he mentions it and says like it's an experience that stays with you, and it I still have nightmares about it, and it's very much describing sexual assault. Is a thing that happens to the character. But the weird thing about that is that happens early enough in the series where not only is Harry still very much not a feminist, he's very like old school chivalrous, I'm gonna save the girl because girls need saving type of guy, which is and I've talked to a lot of women who like they will not read the rest of that series because of incidents like that happening in the first couple novels, despite, you know, weirdly enough, after Jim Butcher gets married, it turns out he suddenly starts writing women a lot better. It's almost like his wife is sitting behind his shoulder going, maybe don't do that, hon. So, but I guess those are two examples that always are kind of fresh in my mind of like, if you want to play with this trope of like, you know, here's this group does sex slavery in some way, shape, or form, and you don't want it to just be like a poorly written background thing, then those are the ways you do it. You let it be something that is implied that you could pick up on, or you have your main character, especially if it's a male main character, assaulted in an unforgettable way so that it becomes a thing that they live with and they have to deal with for the rest of their life. Like, you can't let it be a thing that disappears from their life, because it doesn't disappear from the life of sexual assault victims.
Yeah, like that. I think that it if you're going to have it, deal with it, you know?
Yeah, like make sure there's payoff. It's not just I think one of the worst ways you can do it, and I think while I cannot think of any media where I've seen this happen directly off the top of my head, I'm sure when I describe this, you and almost anybody else will be able to name media where this has happened. The main character is a guy. He has a girlfriend. At some point in the story, his girlfriend gets sexually assaulted. The guy takes revenge for his girlfriend being sexually assaulted, and then it is never brought up again. And it is just a thing that happened. While I can't name off the top of my head a piece of media where that has happened that I remember, I can practically guarantee that in the comment section of this, or hell, in the chat right now, there's probably people who are thinking of stories where they've dealt with that. I mean, already.
It's also like basically every like knockoff low rate action film, it falls into that category. Like every like schlock, you know, C tier action movie with like I don't know, Pierce
Name a really bad action
Pierce Brosnan. Real quick. What's his name? The Russian guy, Steven Seagal. Like, I don't know. Like there's like an entire genre of, you know, guy's woman gets hurt or threatened or violated, and guy goes on killing spree. You know,
you know how they
Taken. Yeah, basically.
Do you know how you can do that plot way better now, though? We have a great way to do that plot better. Instead of a woman, make it a dog, and then call the movie John Wick.
There you go. Yep.
That's how you solve that problem.
I mean, yeah, genuinely.
I said, granted, so in my chat, they're mentioning Duke Nukem. I wouldn't count Duke Nukem, though, because Duke Nukem is very firmly parody. Like, it 100% knows that it's taking the piss, which is why you can literally take piss in that game. But Akira is mentioned as another one where that happens in that film. Let's see here. Animakin says Bruce Wayne was sexually assaulted. It's how we get Damian Wayne, and it's never been dealt with. Has there actually been a comic where him and Talia have a conversation about that?
I can't remember one.
In anything other than, like, passing tense? I actually hadn't thought about that one. Because, like, Damian's a really beloved character throughout all of the Batman series. Is basically just how do you do Jason Todd in a way that makes us not want to kill him? But no, I hadn't considered that at all, and I like me some Batman. Let's see here. Axo says, I've thought about stories like that, but in those situations, most of the time it's me trying to get a fictional character. I like to fix my trauma and make me feel protected in some way, but that's also my point of view as an AFAB person. Axo says, leave Jason alone. No, everybody was correct when they voted to kill Jason. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. It's okay to not like early Jason Todd. It's okay to like Red Hood after the fact. You can take a bad character and make them into a good character. It's perfectly fine. Jeff Fatigue says there's also not a significant... there's also a not insignificant overlap with Bury Your Gays. Actually, maybe this is the cis white guy speaking in me, but I have heard that concept, but I've never done any reading about that concept. Do you know much about that?
Oh, it's kind of like one of those concepts where like gay people are treated as disposable in a lot of action films or media, where like, you know, they get offed because they are considered less vital to the story.
Less vital to the story because gay.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's probably oversimplifying it, but yeah, kind of.
You're not important because gay.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
By the way, on that note, I would very much recommend a Chuck Tingle book called Bury Your Gays, which is it's a horror book but like fun and for the gays, and it's genuinely really great.
Okay, Linari says queer film history. We'll talk about it a lot. So, and it may again just be the cis white guy in me, but I haven't actually done any diving into queer film history's catalog, and it may just be that stuff that I don't care about on surface for myself because it doesn't really apply to me. And I know it's literally coming from a position of privilege. Like, I'm privileged to be a cis hetero guy who likes women. So it's the same trap that caused me to fall into a lot of those conservative tropes when I was younger. Shit didn't apply to me, so I didn't look into it further. Jimmy says, like, or like they're killed as a punishment for being queer. Is this like old horror tropes where we kill the teens for having sex because having sex as a teen is immoral?
It's kind of like an extension of that.
We do that.
Yeah.
Having sex while gay, bad. Die.
Yep.
Lenari says, I know Lindsay Ellis did a good one about trans rep in film. I'll have to watch that because again, have not seen. But I will need to look some stuff up. And I'm also willing to be sent stuff because, like, I live in the Atlanta area. Everything is 15 to 20 minutes away from me, no matter where I am at any fucking moment. So the amount of times where YouTube video essay in the car is how I keep my sanity is kind of insane. So feel free to send me shit if I have not if I have not thought about it before. MX Mothman says Chuck Tingle is a gift to humanity.
Chuck Tingle is like I know people. I literally have one of the last books in my apartment as I'm about to move. My partner got me a wonderful book. I actually have it right here, and I believe it's safe to show on stream. The Space Raptor Butt Trilogy.
It's a Chuck Tingle book. I'm not even going to say the what. I understand the what already.
Yeah, from Hugo-nominated author Chuck Tingle.
I have watched these mages cast death on characters in my party far too often now. I want to scream. Jesus Christ. Also, is this the same partner who has launched a lingerie line?
Yeah. Imogene.
Do you want to talk?
Yeah. I'm happy to. Always happy to shill.
Shill that shit.
Yeah, my partner launched a lingerie line called Imogene Olivia, and it's essentially lingerie for trans femmes. or just anyone who wants to feel feminine, but we call it gender euphoric lingerie. And it's made with like trans femmes in mind. So like the bottoms and like the sets are designed around like slightly different proportions, like the idea that it should be able to fit you and be comfortable regardless of kind of what your anatomy is downstairs. And like it's really great. And I am a little biased, but also it's super comfortable. I'm actually wearing the bralette right now. You can actually see.
Hey, look, advertisement.
Yeah. And it doesn't have an underwire, so it's very, very comfortable, and it fits a wide variety of sizes. We've tested it and seen it out in the wild on people with no chests who are cis men. We've seen it on, trans women, and we've seen it on cis women, and like it fits and provides support and looks great regardless what your chest size is. And the bottoms have two different fits. There's a comfort fit, and because the entire premise of the lingerie is that you don't need to tuck, and so there's comfort fit, and then there is a smoothing fit that provides a little bit of kind of a smoothing silhouette. And then in the near future, we're going to launch an enhancing fit for people who just want to flaunt what they got, because some people be like that.
Want to be like, hey, I got the gawk. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, like the reviews we've gotten so far have been overwhelmingly positive. And it's everyone who has tried it on says it's super comfortable, and I think it's really great. And we're going to be coming out with new designs in the near future, along with that new enhancing fit. And we're also going to be doing new colors, because right now there's only black, but we just launched it like a month ago. So give us some time.
I've seen your advertisements for it on, I have just hit the flee command on my white mage. I am an idiot. But I've seen your advertisements for it on Blue Sky.
Yeah.
But I figured if we're here, this is just a perfectly good time to go ahead and just spout off about it.
Yeah, just ImogeneOlivia.com if anyone wants to check it out. Imogene Olivia is also over on Blue Sky. You can check it out. And like, I don't know, check it out. Let us know what you think. We're going to be doing a couple of different colors. I'm really excited for the verdigris we're going to do. Those of you who played some Elden Ring DLC, you guys know what verdigris is now.
Lenari says black is classic. Black is classic, but there are some people who really like sporting red.
It's true.
I personally can be victimized by green lingerie. If Saki is wearing something like that, I'm incapable of functioning for a little while, so I get it. PJ Blades says, I think it's Imogene Olivia, not sure I'm spelling it right. And, oh, your pronouns were asked as well in the chat.
Oh, she, her. Thank you, everybody. And I'll DM you the link to the website if you want to share it in your chat.
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that.
Blue Sky.
DM it to me on Blue Sky, because if I do it on Discord, it's just gonna. There we go. Doot, and then back to Matt Walsh over there. There we go. Got the link posted for everybody.
Yeah, check it out. My partner literally got the idea because we tried buying lingerie together, and it made me cry because the fit on paper should have fit, but in practice did not. And so she launched a company to make sure that she could make me underwear.
Honestly, that's kind of the okay. That's probably the most boss ass bitch thing that somebody can actually do, where they're just like, my partner was hurt by this, so I started a company to stop that. Like, all right, sure.
Yeah, and
we were talking about DC Comics earlier, but that is a Wayne Industries move.
Well, and my partner went to literally one of the best lingerie design schools in the world. So like she has like the skill set to make this into like a really like a really great degree. I'm messing up my words because I'm like choking up a little bit, but like she's really, really good at this shit. And it's really cool that like we have somebody who's making stuff specifically for trans people and like also understands how like sizing works appropriately, because often what garment companies will do is they'll be like, oh yeah, we have one fit model, and then we just scale that up for bigger people. But that's not how like human bodies work.
No, because we do all this weird shit like distribute fat differently.
Like and like some cis women have larger chests, and like, you know, like it's or smaller chests. And you know, for like some of our research into like sizing, we went to like New York City's like garment district and like went to like the places that have bras, right? And like lingerie, and like I tried on a bunch of stuff, and literally the woman who was working there was mortified because they didn't have something that fits my chest, and my chest is not like an abnormal size. just you know, it's not like a crazy ask for me to get like something that fits, but for traditional the way things are traditionally sized, it wasn't in the cards. So my partner was just like, all right, we really do got to do this from the ground up. So
it is time to begin an entire company.
Yep.
In order to make sure that the boobies can fit.
And there are like a handful of other companies that do like trans affirming lingerie, but like a lot of them either require tucking, which is painful, and like, I don't know, I think it kind of sucks. And the other thing is that you can also find like underwear and like that fits, but it's not cute or particularly feminine. Like it's just kind of like functional.
It's just underwear that happens to be there, and therefore it works.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is not. It's like, so like the point of lingerie is for you to feel sexy in it. That is why you got lingerie specifically.
You get it.
So,
you get it.
Yeah, like you're not getting it because you want just underwear that you can wear. You're getting it because you want to feel attractive while wearing it. It's the same reason that people want non-cakey makeup. They want makeup that makes them look and feel more confident, and they want it to last for a long amount of time so that there's not this timer on how long that confidence gets to work.
Absolutely. and so like I think we really nailed it with this first design, and we're gonna keep on coming out with more, and I'm real excited for the colors. I think we're doing the verdigris and like a lavender for like our first two colors in addition to the black, but we're going to expand colors and expand our selection of different sets as we continue forward. So yeah.
Well, it sounds like a really good initiative, and I'm sorry that it started from a bad place and a bad thing happening, but I'm glad that the end result has been good.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the other thing is, like, you can buy, you can go to, like, websites where, like, lingerie is designed for cis men for, like, cross-dressing, but I can tell you, that sucks. Like, for a trans woman, that sucks.
Like, that's not gonna work, because if, okay. HRT changes the way that fat is distributed around your body.
Yep.
So, clothes that are made for cis men will not work for trans women, because after 6 months to a year on progesterone, estradiol, whatever the fuck you happen to be on, it's gonna change shit. It's gonna change shit about how your body operates.
It's not quite like I think a lot of people who don't know much about trans people get the impression from, especially from like conservative media, that like especially like the hubbub about like trans athletes or whatever, like, oh, trans people are just cis men who are saying that they're women now. And it's like, no, you actually, like, a lot of us go on like hormones, we go on medication, we get surgeries, and like genuinely that differentiates you biologically from before you started that process.
Yeah, you end up being a much more different person. Like, about the only thing that does not change when it comes to hormones for trans women, at least, is your voice.
Yep.
That's a thing that has to be trained. Everything else, though, that shit gets different. That shit gets changed, and not all the time in positive ways. So it is better. I think, honestly, it's the kind of stuff that you just need other trans people at the helm of, who have undergone that process, who understand what it is. Because, like, for me, I know what I do about trans women from either research or, living with one for multiple years now, which has now made, the last time I mentioned that made my audience somewhat uncomfortable when they realized that me and Saki have been together for years now, and they were watching during the me and Saki getting together moments. So they're just like, fuck, it's been a long time. But like, most of the stuff that I know is either from research, which has been spotty because you never know what you don't know when you need to research until somebody corrects you on something. The other stuff that I know is from living with Saki, where there's information that I'll just glean because of things she'll say about how she's operating at the time. I'll just be like, oh, suddenly that thing makes sense, whatever that thing happens to be at the time. Shuade says I could find some stuff in my size that is like a nice shade of green. I feel so good in green. See, green is good.
Mm-hmm.
Green is good. It is a good color. It is a very good color. I really want to make a Terra deck for Magic the Gathering just because she has very, very pretty green hair. I don't know what that says about me, but
Should we talk about Matt Walsh?
It's either we talk about Matt Walsh or we talk about the article that you sent me about the Joe Rogan on the left stuff. It's one of the two, because they're both very pertinent conversations.
I think we're not doing the entire like Matt Walsh video. We're just doing like the Epstein part.
Not.
Okay,
just the Epstein part.
I am absolutely down for that, because
I could not convince myself to do more than this.
Because I have to say, literally the funniest shit that is happening right now is this implosion over Jeffrey Epstein. It's like I can't believe it, and honestly, I don't think Donald Trump can believe it either. It's like he pissed off a witch or something, and didn't give up like the first child he had out of wedlock during this presidency. Like I don't know what happened, but like suddenly this is a big story now.
Look, I don't think he understood the lesson that we all learned years ago. When it comes to the Epstein files, they're never going to give you up. They're never going to let you down. They're never going to run around or desert Trump.
True.
See, we learned those because we were all forged in the fires of Rick Astley's dungeons. But, and now most of my audience is going to be pissed that I ripped just for Terran Ambassador. God damn it! Fuck you, Terran Ambassador. Dropping a fucking hello. I deserve it. I can't even. I can be angry, but I can't be that angry because of that. Let me resize the Final Fantasy window so I can make a Matt Walsh video or Matt Walsh window. I don't like that I'm making a Matt Walsh window, but we'll make it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll get through this together.
Yeah, you know what? Look, we handled the New York heat together during the Bowman campaign. I'm sure we can handle this.
It's true.
Hey, but at least during that, you found out that I can roll downhill like Sonic the Hedgehog without too much issue.
It's genuinely incredibly impressive. Like you got skills.
Look, it's what happens when, despite my size and weight and like uncomfortability in my skin in general, I also go to the gym and like I spent all of today swimming.
Oh hell yeah!
Before this, Saki and I got Six Flags Whitewater seasonal passes.
Oh, that's so fun.
Because it turns out swimming in the lazy river in the wave pool is damn good exercise.
The lazy rivers in this heat are just the best. Just the best.
They are fantastic.
Yeah.
They are fantastic. All right, Matt Walsh. Let's hear this. I am excited to finally have a moment where I get to agree with Matt Walsh on something. It's a rare thing.
From the store, then they need to turn those tapes over to the defense. The prosecution cannot modify the tape.
Nope, go back to the beginning.
In every single criminal trial in this country, whether the crime is petty theft or murder or anything in between, there are very clear standards that deal with video evidence. And in particular, if the government wants to introduce video evidence, they have to provide all of the available footage that they have. It's a pretty intuitive concept. So if somebody robs a convenience store and police recover surveillance tapes from the store, then they need to turn those tapes over to the defense. The prosecution cannot modify the tapes in any way. They can't splice together different tapes. They certainly can't delete anything. They have to provide the raw, unedited footage to the defense team. And on top of that, they have to verify that the tapes are authentic and they haven't been tampered with by establishing a sworn chain of custody. This is
okay. So he's just describing discovery, right? Like that's just describing how discovery works. So I did want to pause here though, because one of the defenses that was given by Caroline Leavitt about the Epstein files was we can't release them because that would be distributing child pornography if you watched that moment.
But
it's like we don't want to distribute child pornagoraphy, and it's like I understand that, but this is a legal case.
But
and
also,
this is how discovery works.
But also, you can censor that. We're not asking for the release of like.
Please don't
don't
say
know.
Release in relation to this.
Oh
that
God,
sounds gross.
We're not asking for this material to be put out there like on.
Censor the victims.
Yeah,
censor the victims' faces.
Censor the victims'
and everything
faces.
Else.
But
everything else too, please.
Genuinely, all we're asking, we want the client list. Like it's not like we want every bit of information public about this. We just want the client list. We want, and I understand there are people out there who get really nitpicky about like, oh, but there isn't a client list. There isn't one list anywhere. But like, okay, but you can like compile one from the amount of evidence you have. They're saying you have tens of thousands of videos.
And the thing is, those were not the words of the left. Those were not the words of random influencers online. Those are the words of the Attorney General.
Yeah, that's the
shit that we were told.
The Attorney General of the United States, like Dan Bongino's like whole thing prior to becoming Deputy Director of the FBI was that like, yeah, we're gonna release the Epstein stuff. We've got a bunch of evidence. We're gonna do that, and like. It just kind of, and like even today, Donald Trump has been talking about like, I got briefed on the Epstein list, and it's just not very interesting. It's like that's what you're just saying it's not interesting.
That's because so I hate saying it this way. I really do. I understand it from the perspective of somebody like Trump. So the way that Trump's going to describe anything is in the language of television. He understands things by how popular they are, what television ratings they will get. That's the language he understands. So when he says they're just not very interesting, he's literally just saying, I don't think it would make good television. Because that's what he said about fucking political campaigns before. is just going like, it's going to make great television. This is the language he understands.
I think there's a little bit of truth to that, but I think there's a bigger factor here, and I think he's genuinely worried. And I don't know if he's worried, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday on my stream, but I don't know if he's worried because he is implicated in the abuse of children, or if he's worried because he's implicated in the financial ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Because people to this day still don't have a solid understanding of where Jeffrey Epstein got all of his wealth. Like, we don't know where he got his money. We don't know. And so it's speculated that it's blackmail and like a result of just blackmailing people up food chains. But like, it's a non-zero possibility that like either he is one of those clients. I mean, you're the best friend of this guy for 15 years and you aren't implicated in any of this.
And the only reason that you publicly stopped being his friend is he just happened to flirt with one of your other friend's daughter at a public event. And that was your red flag. Like that was your line in all of this was, oh, you fucked up publicly.
Yeah, and then he wishes the person who has 20 years in prison for trafficking children, wishes her well, and behind the scenes debates whether or not he should pardon her. Like,
should we pardon Maxwell? You know, honestly, I'm not really big on hurting women. I mean, like, I just can't see myself doing it.
It seems to me that there is something here, and I think that when he says, "Oh, it's there's nothing interesting there," I think it's just he's desperately trying to figure out a way to reduce interest in this, and that's not gonna happen. Like, I don't.
Yeah, he is definitely asking everybody to change the channel more than anything, because it's not that it's just not very interesting. Because if it's not very interesting, then just release it to the public. It can literally do nothing then. If it's not very interesting, here's what's going to happen. I can tell you what's going to happen in a world where it's not very interesting. Because we saw this world with Project 2025. Project 2025 was not very interesting. If you were politically plugged in, it was the thing you fixated on. But on stream, I read through 200 pages of it to my stream. And I could not do any more than that because it was either too much or I got bored because it's too big of a document written in legalese, which is the most fucking frustrating thing to ever read ever. The biggest problem with Project 2025 was that it was not interesting to people. People were perfectly happy to talk about it, but nobody wanted to fucking read it.
Yeah, it was absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely devastating. It should have been a bigger story, but like I went through all of the training videos for Project 2025 on my channel, and like how they're just talking about we want to gut the departments and we want you to be our front line. You know, whoever you are, you know, just sign up. You can be any dipshit. And it was genuinely insane. But like, despite that, like those videos did not do numbers. You know, like people just, it was not interesting to people, and this was a publicly available plan. There was no secret about it.
Yeah, this was a thing that everybody could see, and like obviously Trump tried to deflect from it, saying like, actually no, Agenda 47 is what we're doing today and we're not talking about that. And then he's done all the things on Project 2025. People do not have the attention spans for something that is laid out like that. So like, in the world where the Epstein files are that, okay, fine, just release them to the public. It obviously didn't hurt you when everybody read Project 2025. They had all the information they could have possibly needed because they just didn't fucking read it. You release the Epstein files to the public, 99% of people are not going to go through them. 99% of the people are going to let their content creators and the pundits and the people whose job it is to talk about this stuff go through them, and then they're going to be at the whims of whoever happens to be supplying that information at the time. Because that always fucking happens.
And if that's boring, you know, and I have a very deep feeling that it's not actually boring, and that's the reason he doesn't want to release it. Because, like, again, it's not even just like, oh, this is an interesting thing that people latch onto. Just let it go. Like, everyone, just let it go. Calm down, because this is like the pillar he built like half of his support on, you know, like all of the QAnon folks, all of like the MAGA extremists,
every Pizzagate person.
Yep.
They were here thinking Trump was going to fight the pedos.
Yeah, every single person who thought he was going to drain the swamp, for them, this is what the swamp is. And like, they can't let it go because, like, I listened to a clip of from Glenn Beck's show. Glenn Beck takes like calls on his show, and this guy called in, and his voice is just shaking because these people, like, you can think they're stupid, you can think that they don't care about anything, you can think they're cruel, whatever, but in their minds and in their world, they deeply care about this issue. And like, this guy is on the verge of tears talking about like how literally nothing else matters if we can't even protect children like from something like this. And like in Trump world, this isn't going away. Like, I think they could excuse basically anything. They ignored the fact that, like, it's been known for years that he and Jeffrey Epstein were best friends. They ignored for years that, like, oh yeah, they partied together and they shared a love of women together. And
no, he likes them on the younger side. Actual fucking words from Trump, by the way.
Yeah, they ignored
actual words from Trump.
They ignored that Donald Trump would go into like the dressing rooms of like teenage beauty contestants.
Yep.
Like, some of whom were underage. Like, they ignored a lot of things about Donald Trump. There are literal clips of him of like his daughter saying, ha ha ha, people think you're like a sexual predator on like the Howard Stern show. There are clips of him like talking about how sexy his daughter is and how voluptuous she was at like 12. Like,
he would be dating her if she wasn't his daughter. Again, his words.
Yeah, there are also clips of him like pointing at like random children being like, I'll be dating her in 10 years. Like, it's some really weird and gross stuff. And they were willing to just ignore all of that and pretend it either didn't exist or that they didn't really care, as long as, you know, he got into power and did what he said he was going to do, because they want that. And this is literally like the thing he needed to deliver on. And it's something that they made a central pillar of their support for him. And I don't think he really understands that. I don't know that he can make it go away, because he's just yelling at people now to stop talking about it.
He's created the problem. He's got a whole bunch of people who have lived in two parallel worlds. They've lived in the world where Tennessee Republicans want to bring back child marriage.
Oh, wait. Also, Nindreen in my chat is absolutely right. Epstein and Trump being friends is like being a friend with Diddy. And Donald Trump was also friends and partied with Diddy.
Okay, I need to say something, though. Just something that I think we've all been thinking but really needs to be said. We need to talk about the real victim in the Diddy situation. It was Johnson & Johnson. I'm sorry, but when you as a business lose 50% of your sales overnight, that's horrifying. I'm not talking about their stock. I'm just saying, like, when you have a fucking soda fountain pumping out Johnson & Johnson oil, you are the number one buyer.
I really feel for the Johnson families, you know, the Johnson number 1 family and Johnson number 2 family. They must really be hurting today.
But no, seriously, dude's a fucking monster, and I hope he rots.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, you've lost like Asmongold support. Like, you lost the Joe Rogan support. Like, you're losing like the dipshits on this one, Trump, and I don't know how you get them back.
I don't think you. So I say I don't think you do, but like these are the same people who Trump lost when Biden got elected, and then he got them back like overnight.
Mm-hmm. This seems to have legs, though.
I'm hoping it does. I really hope this is the thing that causes people to understand that this is a megalomaniacal guy who does not need to have power.
Yep.
About as basic as it gets. Every judge in the country, even Ketanji Brown Jackson, I bet, can grasp this very straightforward concept. You can easily get a case thrown out of traffic court if they won't give you all of the relevant footage that they have. Or, of course, if they give you footage that's been doctored in some way. On the other hand, when it comes to the single most watched sex trafficking case in the history of the United States, this rule apparently doesn't apply. You can forget all about chain of custody, and you can forget about obtaining raw footage as well. Instead, in the case of Jeffrey Epstein, the DOJ produced a video that was clearly manipulated. As we've discussed previously, Wired magazine found that the...
I think he's talking about the one from Jeffrey Epstein's cell, where there was like a minute or two that was missing.
Oh, like a full-on like 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that they claimed it was the raw
footage.
And they claim it's the raw, unedited footage, and it's missing 3 minutes. Look, they're like, I don't know. I've always leaned towards he didn't kill himself, but like, this is some real, like, if you're innocent, you're doing some real goofy shit to make yourself look as guilty as possible of covering this up.
It's true. Also, if you can give me just a second, I need to go refill my drink, and I will regret life a lot if I don't have this right now. I will be back in 2 minutes.
No worries. How we doing, chat? Also, I'm just gonna open this up for my chat. If you guys drop some subs and donos, I need some help finishing this god awful liquor, and I'm too sober for what's happening right now. So if you guys drop 10 to 20 subs somewhere in there, I'll start the awful process. For those of you in Surus's chat, don't buy this. This is an anti-endorsement. Empirical Doritos brand distilled Doritos. Don't do it. Not even once. I bought it as a gag gift for my partner, and I immediately regretted it because I had to drink it. They turned Doritos nacho chip into alcohol through some kind of wizardry, and the wizardry didn't result in a good tasting alcohol. I can tell you that much. Oh, it's not. No. Zaron Joy. It's not Doritos branded. It's. I don't even know how. It's an uncategorized product. It literally says it right here. But why, though? I think because science has gone too far. It was like alchemy, but worse. Ashley, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. I appreciate that. And, God, this is awful. Cheers and BWA, folks. Oh, God. It's so bad. It's the Shoutout Tucker of whiskey. It's not even a whiskey. It's vacuum distilled Doritos Nachos cheese. And there's no cheese flavor in here. I might like it better if there were. Oh, God. At least it isn't Cool Ranch. I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks maybe it'd be better if it was. Yeah, like I'm a little bit kind of like one of the problems with this is it just tastes like a corn chip. But like, you know how like if you drink like a LaCroix, like a fizzy water type beverage, and it has like a hint of flavor in it, it's like that, but the hint of flavor is a corn chip. Cool Ranch fucks, how dare you? I like Cool Ranch. Did you mix it? Let's shake it up like it owes you money. Oh, I didn't shake it. Maybe shaking it would make it better. Oh god, it got like bubbly. I don't know. Maybe what have I done? Wait, our bot, why? Rosade Waterbender, I'm sorry our bot clapped you for that. I genuinely don't know why that happened, but you'll be fine in 60 seconds. That drink's gonna kill you? I mean, if you're implying that, I don't know, it was made by some kind of like shaman, and once I complete it, a new creature will be birthed from my rib cage, I can't tell you you're wrong. Yo, just booked an appointment to start the steps to HRT? Take a long fucking drink? Hell yeah, trains and bullshit. And despite your best efforts, I'm not taking a drink of this to celebrate anything. If anything, this would curse your HRT experience. What if you cut it with Mountain Dew? Okay, but like, consider that I tried the alcoholic Mountain Dew beverages for science, and they were literal dog shit. They made me want to throw up. It was so bad. The Void Liquor, brought to you by Doritos. I don't know, Rosade, but you seem nice. I like your username. Oh, yeah, it was probably the way you typed the Kaiberry. Got to sleep? Good night, Robert Adset. How you doing? How you doing, Sir Stream? It's right. I can't see anything you guys are saying, but I bet y'all are being cutie patooties. I bet you're being real nice over there. Hope you're having a good night, everybody. By the way, I right before this, the reason my stream was late, I was doing the Indivisible leadership training. For those of you who missed out on it, you can actually go watch it over on the Indivisible YouTube channel. And it's all about kind of what our authoritarian moment is right now in the United States, kind of how we can organize against that, like what the overall organizing goal is, setting some like short-term goals for like bringing more people into protest and resist, and how we're gonna like continue to grow and change and evolve our nonviolent organizational strategies. It's kind of like a good stepping stone if you're interested in stepping up and organizing more people to resist this current moment and stand up for LGBTQ rights, stand up for democracy, stand up for, you know, your neighbors who are being disappeared. So I would recommend checking that out if you missed that training. Can you actually get free gift cards as good as cash from surveys? Sometimes. Welcome back.
I am technically back. I will still be another couple minutes.
No worries.
Apparently Saki is having a bad mental day. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to drag some of the extra furniture out of my office. I'm going to set her up a very nice and soft palette here, and she's going to be set up with her Steam Deck and play whatever games she want to do. I already got her a drink refill. I'm going to try to make things comfy for her right now.
You're such a lovely partner, and no problem at all.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Isn't that sweet, Winky Mink? I agree. Okay, you can't just ask me thoughts on the Blue Sky account onion person. I don't know what that means. Because genuinely, the range of what that could mean is there was a guy on Blue Sky who just eats onions. That's where we're at right now in society, and I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Tim Onion, the guy who owns the Onion. Thoughts on Juniper's account existing? I don't know. Seems nice. Juniper seems swell. Who is the Onion? Hello, onions. I think they mean Juniper. Oh, they're all right. I don't know. Yeah, they I don't know, they got targeted by the world's richest man and told him to go fuck himself, and I think that's great. Damn, Nightbot, why you being so mean? Sea of Stars is on sale on PS5. It's a great game. Y'all should check it out. Good evening, Nightlight Plushie Jesus. Does Juniper actually work at the Onion? Yes, the Onion. I am also going to go look at Cirrus's chat so I can also say hello to all those fine folks. There we go. Yeah, also I agree with Trey's James. I don't know if the S is supposed to be silent. But yeah, if you need to shut down the stream to go be with Saki, that's totally fine. Yeah, I can see you. You can't escape from me with your little woo posting. Your :3s. I see them all. Hoy, jet fatigue. Please let Cirrus know we are behaving. I'll let him know that you're all being good little chatterinos. Nightbot has judged me and found you wanting. Don't go nowhere. Resume talking weird stuff about brewing. Yeah, I just don't know. Like, this is I don't know. It's 42% alcohol, and it's titled "A Limited Release, a Rare Alliance. Try another Angle TM Doritos X Empirical," and it's genuinely terrible. The back of it talks about the experience notes, and the experience notes are bodega, evolved state, and tongue happiness. So those are just lies. maybe it tastes like what you would get if you licked a bodega. Jack, let me get modded over there. Yeah, of course. Wait, I can't mod you over in Source's chat. I don't have that power. Well, those are words. Yeah. Under bodega is wish fulfillment, tostada dough, and Tex-Mex, and I genuinely don't understand what they're going for. It's practically a Newtonian fluid. It's actually a unique state of matter. It excites the quantum processes of your consciousness. I got the power. Yo, Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Speaking of Saki and not having a bad time, please get yourself some Yamazaki. Oh yeah, the Yamazaki. Yeah. Boo. Hell yeah. Some beautiful bottles, too. Holy shit! Okay, well, this will be a long-term goal. This will be a long-term beverage. Holy shit. I went to a website that sells liquor just to see how much it would be. That's some expensive ass Japanese whiskey. I'll keep that in mind if I win the lottery. Let's see here. People keep saying that they want to see me try Malort, and I don't know what it is. Is it? How much is it? Okay, let me put it this way. There's a bottle that is on sale for about 10% off. Great deal. It's only $11,000. And I'm not kidding. Sorry, it's $10,999.99. It's literally some end game Final Fantasy damage right there. Do not Malort. Why is it like a pickled egg and like a fish head in, I don't know, Blue Ribbon Pabst? I don't know. The base one is 250. Okay, that's a bit more doable. Maybe I will get a bottle to celebrate my move. Maybe, if I'm not hopelessly poor from doing my studio build. Malort is famous entirely for being terrible. Oh, it's super bitter. Gotcha. Good evening, Blaze Tensei. Sunshine whiskey, better price, tastes like all the nostalgia of camping. Hell yeah.
No. What's that?
My favorite whiskey is Old Hell Roaring Spirits of the North. It's distilled here in Minnesota, and it's goddamn great. Jack, try Screech. It's a drink. That statement that you wrote in all caps only fills me with dread. Hello, Dominic Maslick, if that is your name. You got a favorite Minnesota spirit / alcohol? Yeah, let me get it real quick. I'm a fool. I ran all the way over to my liquor cabinet and I had it right here. But it's called Crooked Water Spirits of the North, and has this cool ass bear on it. It's called Old Hell Roaring. It's a double-barreled whiskey, straight bourbon, baby. You guys made a dildo dog emote. Fuck you. I love it. I love it so much. Oh, Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And I do have to ask, are they going together to make me drink this? Because I wouldn't mind that. How much booze does she have stashed back there? I mean, like, I have a couple bottles of wine, and then I have these. Looks good. This is literally my favorite whiskey. Crooked Water, is that a lake pun because of all the lakes? Yes. And all the bears.
After you log in, I'm going to pull this away from you for this. You don't doom scroll, okay? Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
Minnesota, hello from Iowa. Hello from the north.
I'll move this.
I'm sorry, Sake Tanuki. I turned off the alerts because we're doing a guest. Are you a snack? I don't think I can judge that. I enjoy Fireball whiskey. It makes me feel warm. You know, I'm really glad that some people haven't had one of the trial by fire experiences of going to college and having Fireball ruined for them. I love that. I love that for you. Continue to be wide-eyed and innocent, my friend.
I heard Fireball ruined for somebody. What's going on?
Oh, we were talking alcohol, and someone talked about liking Fireball whiskey, and I was like, man, I remember when I liked Fireball whiskey, and then that experience was ruined for me by drinking a lot of it.
Oh, so what you're saying is the experience was ruined by being a white girl?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I understand. I am very understanding in that regard, but as I don't consume alcohol, I can only be so understanding.
That's okay. I was telling chat about how I'm almost done with this, and I can finally put it to rest and like destroy.
Why does that look like a Doritos label?
Because it is. This company decided to see if they could push science to a breaking point, and they made a vacuum distilled Doritos nacho cheese liquor. It's uncategorized, and the best way I can describe it is that you know how like a fizzy water beverage can have like a hint of lime in it or something?
Yeah, like LaCroix that people keep telling me that they don't pretend to like.
Yeah, it's like that, except the hinty flavor behind the alcohol is a corn chip. And it's terrible. It just kind of coats your tongue and sticks there.
That's gross.
It really is.
Corn chip liquor is like gamer moonshine.
It really it does taste like something that was made under duress.
Fair enough. Well, to showcase exactly what we can do with live editing nowadays, my editor's not going to have to edit out any of the aside where I was AFK.
Hell yeah.
Because Stream Deck is a wonderful piece of equipment where I can just press a button and shit ceases to exist.
Oh, that's
for
great.
An amount of time. So this was raw footage, completely unedited, by the way. And so I'm definitely going to be supporting sending this in a court of law, because our country seems to be doing the same thing. So,
of course.
Okay. Justice says raw and uncut.
God, why? Also, Exia Ross in my chat says, I love Surus, but my favorite bit is when he learned that Sailor Moon is satanic.
Oh, yeah. So I actually have that DVD sitting next to me.
There's a DVD. What?
Oh, okay. So, okay. I'm going to have to tangent you now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But there is a young Earth creationist media organization called Little Light Studios.
Oh, boy.
Their bread and butter is making propaganda films that all have the same message.
Uh-huh.
That thing you like is actually satanic and don't do it. So they made a movie called Anime Exposed, where they talked about how anime is actually satanic and demonic. And of course, every single person who talked about this shit could only talk about like 90s and early 2000s anime. They couldn't talk about anything that was recent.
Yeah.
Because not one of them would do a lick of fucking research. And all of their information was taken from Wikipedia articles on fandom wikis that are not always accurate.
Okay.
So it was a trip, and I'm technically not done with the series because I'm kind of thinking about restarting it from the beginning and maybe doing an Anime Exposed marathon as part of a subathon. Maybe that's something that my audience will appreciate. Jasta says, it's been like 2 years. I know I started that series 2 years ago. Don't at me, even though you added me.
Can I ask if my favorite episode of Sailor Moon that I've seen so far is in it? The one with the priest who's actually like a demon monster that loves boxing, called Boxy.
They might have, but never say the words boxy around me. I was there for that era of the internet, and I'm still stained.
He's just a priest that really loves boxing as a sport, and he turns into a boxing monster. And it's honestly like I fucking love that episode. It's so silly.
It's weird that Sailor Moon as a manga got turned into a villain of the week episodic series, but like Full Metal Alchemist, the same thing happened to it for a while, so I'm not really surprised. That seemed to happen a lot during the early aughts and 90s and 80s.
Oh god, I do still owe my chat a dissection of the I have to do a video on the Jerry Seinfeld Pop-Tart film, Unfrosted.
The what now?
Do you not remember this?
No, I don't. I've never heard those words together in a sentence constructed that way.
Jerry Seinfeld has basically limitless pull to make whatever he wants, and so he made a movie about the creation of Pop-Tarts. But like, it's really bad. It's really bad, and it's really not funny, but it's super weird. Yeah, it's a Netflix original film. Yeah. The US military made like a sentient there's like a part where like the US military like makes a sentient toaster strudel or something. Like it's weird.
I need to see this thing. This sounds like something the Nostalgia Critic or the Angry Video Game Nerd would cook up in their basements.
Yeah. It's oh boy. Also, my chat is telling me to ask, have you seen Bravern?
No, I have not. What is that?
Oh god. It is an anime that is like a gritty futuristic mecha anime. Okay? And it's about two men who want to be the best soldiers and heroes they can be. Okay. And in the middle of a training exercise, Earth gets invaded by robot aliens that just like decimate the planet.
So so far you're just describing the plot of Evangelion to me.
But then a giant Voltron-like robot descends from the sky and demands that one of these men get inside of him and work him in order to defeat the aliens.
Okay,
and
so it's getting the robot Shinji. We're still in Evangelion,
and he doesn't want to get
homoerotica's there too.
He doesn't want to get in this robot, but it turns into an incredible love story with a romantic triangle between these two men and this giant robot.
Okay.
The robot has romantic feelings for his pilot, And I realized when I was in like I think the beginning of or towards the end of either episode 1 or the beginning of episode 2 that it's like it's not just like implying like gay romance. It's like this robot is sitting down and talking to the leaders of Earth about how much he needs this man inside of him.
Okay, and so again, we're still in the plot of Evangelion. It's just a little weirder when it's Eva because it's the kid's mom.
Yeah, it becomes progressively less gritty and more funny, and then it becomes surprisingly wholesome. Because it's basically taking like, you know, the old like Gundams where like they give monologues about their special attacks.
It's the this is the finger that will make the future bright, shining finger attack.
Yeah, it's basically that. Like the attacks from this robot won't work unless you yell out the battle phrases it needs.
Okay,
and it's just. It's very funny, and everyone around them is just like, okay, so robot aliens, huh? What's going on here? Oh, but we're gonna try and figure this all out together. It's very silly, and I wound up really, really liking it, and I'm really surprised more people aren't talking about it.
Bragwin says, "Pull my bright shining finger."
Yeah, I'd very much recommend it.
Okay, fair enough. You know what I would not recommend?
What?
Us continuing the Matt Walsh video. But
I know. I was trying anyway. I was trying so hard.
The footage from outside Epstein's jail cell, which the DOJ claimed was raw footage, had actually been edited and saved multiple times back in May of this year. Specifically, quote, the file was assembled from at least 2 source clips, saved multiple times, exported, and then uploaded to the DOJ's website. Additionally, viewers noticed that there was a glitch when the timer in the footage moved from 11:58 to 11:59 p.m. It seemed to jump ahead to midnight. None of this was initially explained or disclosed by the DOJ, which again referred to the footage as raw. Of course, the reason the DOJ claimed the footage was raw is that they understand, as most people do, that any edits for any reason would immediately raise a lot of questions. There should be no need to save the file multiple times or to combine clips, to delete things. They could have just posted everything they had, raw footage, that's what that means, just here it is, and the public can sort it out from there. But the DOJ didn't do that.
So
I'm really shocked.
There is one tiny hole here. I can understand security footage that is being... So, when security footage is being kept, it's usually kept for, 30 days, 60 days, depending on the protocol. I can understand the footage being saved over a couple of times as it's basically being transferred between hard drives. I can understand that being something that's there, but like the 2 to 3 minutes being missing from the footage is something that I cannot even for a moment consider anywhere near normal.
Yeah, especially if we're talking about like it appears that like 2 different strands of footage were spliced together. Like,
yeah.
It's just very weird. It's especially weird that they thought no one would notice.
Yeah. I don't know. Man, I wonder if it really is a nobody's going to notice when we do this shit type of thing, or is it arrogance?
I mean,
because it could go either way.
Yeah, I genuinely have no idea. These people are just like, I can easily imagine that the people in charge of releasing this footage were like the most incompetent people they could find, because that's really all who's being like put in charge of things these days.
I mean, once more, Project 2025 is an article that anybody can read.
Yep.
One of the things it talks about is by getting rid of skilled labor in the government and replacing it with people who are more amenable to whatever random shit and whims that the president at the time, in this case Donald Trump, wants you to do. It is literally written right there for anybody at all who wants that information. I'm not saying that had anything to do with this particular scenario. I'm just saying that is well understood and written information we can all see. So, anyway, Naki Bree says, so I just got here. Is Matt defending Peterson Trump? Let's find out.
It's possible they were hoping that no one would look at the metadata or study the videos closely. And if that was the plan, it didn't last very long. After the footage was posted and Wired magazine noticed the problem, Pam Bondi had to come up with a justification for all of the discrepancies. And what she said ultimately is that the security system in the jail resets every night for around a minute. And therefore, we're told there was nothing nefarious about the missing footage. It's just a fact of life that in one of the most secure prisons in the country, we can't design a camera system that stays online 24/7.
It's very easy to do that, by the way. You have backup cameras that only have the job of being on for a handful of minutes. That's what you do.
Like, I'm really upset at how much sense Matt Walsh is making here. Like, I'm not used to him being able to string this many words together, and like me not having like an inherent like fundamental problem with what he's saying. But like,
we're just sitting here agreeing with Matt Walsh. It's really, it feels weird and wrong.
I mean, if like a corner bodega can have 24/7 like security cameras, like I feel like one of the most secure prisons in the country should be able to handle that.
And that is the most New York thing you've said in the last hour.
That's beyond our capacity. We can, land a man on the moon, but we can't prevent the cameras from shutting down every night just long enough to, maybe allow someone to get murdered. We also can't make sure that there's more than one functioning camera in the vicinity of this cell block. Now, already this was an unsatisfactory explanation. The DOJ didn't actually provide proof that the system needs to go offline for a minute every night. Bondi just claimed that it was normal, and we're all supposed to accept it.
Mm-hmm.
She also didn't say anything whatsoever about why the footage needed to be edited in the first place. Again, this would not fly in traffic court. And it definitely doesn't pass muster when we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein, who had the potential to implicate the most powerful people in the world. And yet somehow the story just got much, much worse for Bondi and the DOJ. It turns out that even after they were exposed for hiding relevant information from the public about this tape, they still haven't come forward with the full story. So it falls on Wired magazine, a small internet publication, to fill in even more details. And here's what they reported the other day. Quote, newly uncovered metadata reveals that nearly 3 minutes of footage were cut from the U.S. Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation, described as full raw surveillance video from the only functioning camera near Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell the night before he was found dead. Further analysis shows that one of the source clips was approximately 2 minutes and 53 seconds longer than the segment included in the final video, indicating that footage appears to have been trimmed before release. It's unclear what, if anything, the minutes cut from the first clip showed. Now, before we read on further in the article, there is just simply no way to justify this. It doesn't matter if the extra 2 minutes and 53 seconds, were irrelevant. It doesn't matter if those extra 2 minutes and 53 seconds were duplicated in another video file. In this case, and in every other case, the duty of the government is to be transparent. It's not to save people a very small amount of time when they're watching an hour's worth of video footage. Any government that's functioning properly would understand this calculation immediately. Just give people all of the information that you have and let them sort it out. The article could...
Again, it feels really weird to just be sitting here nodding along with Matt Walsh. He hasn't said something I disagree with yet.
Yeah, I mean, like, the one thing I would add is that, like, I find it interesting in this moment to see who is standing with the Trump administration and who is, like, willing to distance themselves from the Trump administration, right? Like, because I think that there are people out there who are still willing to go to bat for Trump despite everything. But like, it is very interesting to me that like you've lost Joe Rogan, you've lost Asmongold, you've lost Matt Walsh. Do you have any idea how hard you have to work to lose the Matt Walsh contingent of the conservative movement? Like, I guess he lost Charlie Kirk briefly, and then Charlie Kirk came back.
He got his marching orders over the weekend and was like, I'm done talking about the Epstein files. I'm going to listen to my friends in the government. Which, by the way, are words that Charlie Kirk would never have uttered a handful of years ago. My friends in the government. I trust my friends in the government.
God, it's so weird.
I thought the joke was supposed to be that the minute that somebody says I'm from the government and I'm here to help, your alarm bells are supposed to ring.
Right. And on top of that, like, You lost Megyn Kelly, you lost Tucker Carlson, and I do think, and I've said this, I said this like a few days ago, but like I think Tucker Carlson is going to use this as like a springboard to launch like a stab at the presidency in 2028. I think like he's seeing this, like he's kind of been sleeping, like he did that stuff on Twitter, and now he's like kind of leveraged it back to YouTube, and I think he's kind of gearing up for some kind of it's been a long rumored he wants to be president, he wants to be in politics like officially, and like that kind of terrifies me a little bit.
Yeah, we've already seen enough of just absolute jackass worthy people in politics. We don't need more.
Yeah.
We really don't. Like I've been flirting with trying to run for commissioner here in Georgia, but
oh hell yeah,
not in Georgia specifically. It just would be in my county. Yeah, problem is that I don't know if I could do any good from that particular seat, because most of that just involves with zoning laws. It would almost completely be I am doing this because there's I don't know if the same thing is being offered everywhere, but a don't leave any seat challenged is something that that political organizations aligned with the Democratic Party are getting funding, as long as they can make sure that every single seat is being challenged if it has a Republican incumbent. So like I would be one more asshole in politics at that point, but that's literally just so that a local org can get funding.
I mean, yeah, I'm just a firm believer that like the current moment just calls for everyone who feels like they have a shot at getting a local or state level position, like fucking go for it. You know, like that's kind of where I'm at.
I am working with the Clarence Blaylock campaign against Marjorie Taylor Greene, though.
Oh hell yeah!
Something. I'm doing his filming.
Oh, that's
for
great.
All of his political advertisements. So like, there is something I'm doing in that realm.
Yeah,
that's different.
Let's go.
I'm hoping that works well, because I'm tired of being in Marjorie's district. I'm tired of living in her shadow. Very frustrating. Sidebar. Complete sidebar. Are you on Google Chrome right now?
I am.
Do you have Twitch open right now?
I do.
You should have received a knock from me. I don't know if you've done the stream collab on Twitch before.
Ah, I see it. I never have, but there we go.
So, what this is going to do, once I press this button right here,
okay,
now our Twitch chats are shared, and our viewership is shared on Twitch as well. So both of our communities that are at least on those platforms will be able to communicate. Now, I know that most of your audience is going to be on your website, but for those stragglers who are sitting around on Twitch, this way we can combine everything together at that point.
That's so neat.
Makes it a whole lot easier for anybody from my audience who may not have followed you already or would like to interact with your community to do so.
Yeah.
A fun and happy thing we can use.
Let's go.
Then Life Duck says, oh wait, I have to pay attention now? Yes. Oh, also, it does one other thing. If anybody donates for a hype train on Twitch over on your end at all, or on my end, it shares our hype trains together. So any funding that would go to the individual creator still goes to the creator that the person aimed it at. But if we get a hype train and more people start donating as a result, we can scale that up way higher by everybody being together. Also, your feed seems frozen.
Oh yeah, I was trying to see if I could activate my here, let me refresh it real quick. I was trying to activate my camera, see like if I could do that over there. Oh god. Here, 1 second.
Yeah, now you are a red exclamation mark.
Yeah. Cool.
Pandora Squill, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it.
Do.
Salmanu said we can mod both chats. Correct. You can. Everything is combined. My moderators and your moderators have to get along now. Oh, new gender unlocked. Red exclamation mark. And when the conservatives complain, we will add one more. Oh, now it's just the cuck chair again.
Just ominous chair.
Gideon Wells, thank you for gifting a community sub.
Troubleshooting. What is it being used by? I'm very confused. Wait, is it being used by?
Is it being used by that Twitch window? It doesn't seem like it is.
What?
How? I'm gonna try a thing real quick, just to troubleshoot. Hang up from the end stream together temporarily.
Okay.
And let's see if maybe that screen hijacked your camera, because that
might be it. Okay. Do I leave? Just click the leave stream together button.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's try. I'm gonna refresh.
And Guitar Rocker, I apologize that I am not pre-editing this part out because I don't know when it started and when it's going to end.
I'm trying to figure out what application is using the camera.
Yeah, because now it just shows you loading forever.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Beep, beep, boop. Device is not available. I'm going to try just unplugging it and plugging it back in again.
You know what? Sometimes that is what works. In the meantime, I'm going to continue munching on these pistachios.
Do it! Are they spicy? Are they spicy pistachios?
They are salt, pepper, and garlic.
Oh, good. Now I look like I'm from another dimension. Let's go. Okay.
See, on my end on Discord, I still don't see you at all.
There we go. I think I fixed it.
I see El Gato.
Oh. There we go. There we go.
There we are. All right.
We did it.
Now what we do is we go back into the stream together thing, and then we never touch a camera button ever again.
Okay, fair.
All right, so on Twitch, you should be able to click a button that says you can join the stream, since we already accepted a stream together. At least it should work.
Let's see. Is there like a button in the quick actions?
On my end, I'm just seeing it by looking at your channel.
Oh, okay. Here. Head over to your channel.
Nixie says, hey, I can chat again. Hello, Nixie-chan. Disron says, about the political run, if you were in charge of zoning, would you be able to let people start businesses in residential areas like corner stores and whatnot? I mean, that does go part and parcel with that, but in my area, that wouldn't be able to be done, really, because all of our residential zones are basically just fully built as suburbs. The most you could do is get a convenience store put at the end, from what I understand. It is. So turn on Google to include your camera in the browser. I don't want to do that. I'm going to click end stream together, and then I'm going to try knocking again.
Okay.
Here we go. All right, a request should be sent to you.
Hey, there we go. There we go.
This button, and we are sharing chat now.
Our chats are one.
All right, and there we go. Now communities are glued together, and that is. We started the stream talking about milking. I think they'll all be okay. Jesus fucking Christ, Nixie-chan. Thank you so much for dropping $100 on the stream.
Damn!
Unfortunately, that also means I have to subject myself to saying fucking ooh because of that. Ooh. That's the canonical price for it. Liz Galad says, what have you done to us? I grabbed a bunch of milk manners and put them with a bunch of M-preg breeders. So, you know, I don't know. We're talking about Matt Walsh, everybody.
Oh god.
Chan says that's payback for the Rickroll earlier. So let me get this straight. For me rickrolling you earlier, you gave me money so that I would utter a phrase that I fucking hate, which means I lost, but I got money to pay for food, so I won. But the money that came for food came from self-humiliation, so I lost. Am I following this all correctly?
I think so.
Like I promise you that some of that's going to Waffle House.
Oh God.
Did you say no? What? Waffle House has been vetoed, and it is now a burger. Some of that has now been turned into a burger.
Borgar.
Saki is having the bad mental health day, so literally whatever she wants food-wise will happen.
Hell yeah.
Lingerie says, I work in nuclear, so I'm an expert in breeding reactors. Those are words, and you said them.
Okay, so remember how I told you about Dildog?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my chat made a Dildog emote, and then I was talking about the incident where like an Eagle Scout decided his hyperfixation was going to be making a homemade breeder reactor in his backyard, and it didn't go particularly well, but he was pretty successful to the point where he got freaked out because it started going critical, and so he shut it down and was dismantling it, but then he got caught because he stole a bunch of smoke
property to make it.
He stole a bunch of smoke detectors from like an apartment building in order to get the Americanium inside of them, and
Americanium sounds like a fake metal.
It does, but it's unfortunately very real.
Then.
Just kind of the stupid legacy of people being able to name things they discover. It was. I think that was the same stream that brought us Dildog, and so people were going crazy about Dildog and breeder reactors, and I think you can kind of see the general thrust of this.
Why did you have to say general thrust?
It was deliberate. I had the thought that maybe I should stop, and then I just said, nah, it's fine. It's fine. we're already this deep. We're already like we're already here. There's nowhere else for us to go.
Okay, but would you have worded it that way if it was any other streamer, or is this just like my personal curse?
Oh no, I just have no filter. That's me. That's just how I am.
This explains why we get along. Anyway, I'm going to bring Beyblades again the next time that we have a political function together.
Oh hell yeah, that was so much fun.
All right, let's continue with Epstein stuff, I guess.
Oh
Continues,
yeah, that's
quote,
happening.
The nearly 3-minute discrepancy may be related to the widely reported 1-minute gap between 11:58 and 58 seconds p.m. and 12 a.m. that Attorney General Pam Bondi has attributed to a nightly system reset. The metadata confirms that the first video file, which showed footage from August 9th, 2019, continued for several minutes beyond what appears in the final version of the video. It was trimmed to the 11:58 p.m. Mark right before the jump to midnight. The cut to the first clip doesn't necessarily mean that there is additional time unaccounted for. The second clip picks up at midnight, which suggests the two would overlap. Nor does it prove that the video, that the missing minute was cut from the video. Close quote. In other words, we can't say definitively what's in the 3 minutes of footage that were cut. It's possible there's nothing of interest, but there's one way the government could provide some more clarity. They could simply dump all the files on the DOJ's website without any editing whatsoever. At the moment, no one in the Trump administration can come up with a coherent justification for why this hasn't been done. They also can't explain why they haven't released phase 2 of the Epstein files, which was originally planned, or the truckload of documents that Pam Bondi said the DOJ had recovered in the last few months from the Southern District of New York.
She said they were
She says
literally
there are
on her
graphic
desk.
depictions of children on the videos. That
Not only did she say they were on her desk, but you remember that they had all the content people like holding up the files saying, oh, we have them all here. It's all happening. It's all going to come together.
Yeah, it was just like an executive summary of like everything that was already publicly known. It was really stupid.
Oh my God.
She can't release, but she hasn't said anything at all about any of the documents beyond telling us that they're apparently not important, which is different from what she initially said. Nor has she unsealed the search warrants or financial disclosures in the case. Instead of getting any transparency here, the Trump administration is continuing to tell us that these materials are boring and that we shouldn't care about them. Here's how the president put it yesterday. Listen.
I know you've urged people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled?
I don't understand it. Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what...
He was never a big factor in terms of life?
Because he's dead now.
My guy, he's one of the most well-connected people in media and politics, and that is still a conversation people are having to this day for a reason. Why do people still talk about Michael Jackson to this day?
But Suris, if he was so big on life, explain how he's dead.
If he was so big on life, why is he dead now?
Yeah. It really makes you think.
If life was important, why die? Why do people even die? If life is so good, why is there no life too?
God.
Jesus Christ. So who remembers the Iraqi information minister? He'd be taking notes from this. Look, all I'm saying is those weapons of mass destruction, they're in there somewhere. Bush told me for years he'd find them. Life, too, is just heaven or hell, right? Right, but a part of life is that you die. So, no.
Life 2 would have twice as many microtransactions.
So no, Life 2 would just be a slower, more deliberate version of Life 1, and support for Life 1 would not be cut, but it would probably go into maintenance mode after a while, and then the community would move away from Life 2 and go back to Life 1 by and large, because they had a well-established time in Life 1. I'm just talking about Path of Exile now. I'm just talking about everything that Saki's ever described to me about Path of Exile 1 and 2 now.
I mean, I thought you were talking about Overwatch.
I mean, the difference is that nobody in this house cares about Overwatch, so I have no context for that one.
Don't worry.
The interest of what the fascination is, I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things. The Steele dossier, which was all fake. All that information was fake. But I don't understand.
Was it fake, or did it just not stick to you? Like, most of the shit that happened to Al Capone, most of the legal stuff that he went through, it was all real, but they couldn't get anything to truly stick to him because of his money and influence. Like somebody else we're talking about in the room right now, Drumpf.
I think that, like, maybe one of the most damning things, though, is that no one is even like people like us are like, yeah, hey, this guy was friends with Epstein for like 15 years. But like, no one is saying to him or pointing fingers at him directly here. But he's like, he goes to, oh yeah, they're making up all of this stuff about me. And it's kind of implying that like the Epstein files are about him, you know, like it makes him look so fucking guilty. It's ridiculous.
So I will say this in regards to the whole ordeal, in regards to Trump. It is interesting to me watching this guy bounce from like one giant media thing to the next because of this shit. Did you see shortly after like all of this stuff went viral, he decided, we're gonna deport Rosie O'Donnell?
Oh yeah.
and then after that, the most recent thing was him going, the White House going, would you like to share a Coke with Trump? Because Trump got on the phone with Coca-Cola, and now they're bringing cane sugar Coke back to the United States, which is weird because last I checked, I can go to the convenience store and buy a glass bottle of Mexican Coca-Cola. So I can, like I have access to cane sugar Coke right now.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be bringing anything back. It exists here already.
Yeah, it's he's really trying hard to figure out what kind of useless bullshit is going to make people like him again. And I don't know that like you can distract people from this. They've literally been obsessed with this for like a decade. They're not going to stop now.
Yeah, it's an ordeal, and it's an ordeal he created for himself, right? Like, this is the guy who built an entire idea of himself for his base as like he's the hero. He's the guy who's going to save us all. He's the guy who's going to save the kids from the bottom of the pizza parlor.
He literally sold digital trading cards of himself as a superhero. Like I don't like. Do you remember that?
Isn't James Gunn suing him for using his likeness on his fucking Superman poster?
Wait, is that? I don't know. I haven't heard about that. That's if so, that's incredible.
Hold on. Let's double check this.
Yeah, people were literally saying he was Q from QAnon. Like people thought he was the guy.
Okay, so he didn't actually file a lawsuit against President Donald Trump for unauthorized stuff. I just checked Snopes about it. But
okay, that's sad.
That is a meme that's been trending because the White House put out its Trump Truth, Justice, and the American Way Superman. It's just James Gunn Superman with Trump's face on it.
God.
The fact the White House did that and used AI to do it, which means the White House is just stealing artwork from people without their consent because that's how generative AI works. Just, yeah. I love the world. There are ethical uses for large language models, and artwork is not one of them.
Nope.
And why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think, well, really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
Now,
only very
and
bad
by the way,
people
just
are
this morning,
interested
he lashed
in it.
out again on Truth Social.
Only the bad people want it, but if there's credible information in there, they should have it.
Okay, cool. My guy, you're the one who has the power to give that information out.
Hey, my entire base, who's been obsessed with this for decades, you're all very bad people for caring about this.
Attacking anyone who's still asking about Epstein as weaklings and saying that he doesn't want their support anymore. And I know some people are annoyed at me for harping on this and criticizing the president, who in many other ways is doing a fantastic job. But I happen to believe that bringing sex predators to justice is extremely important. And I just can't accept being blatantly gaslit by people in power, even if they're people that I otherwise support. In fact, especially if they're people I otherwise support. So I must say that this answer from Trump is just simply awful. First, there's the personal attacks on anyone who asks questions, saying that they're bad people. It's always a winning argument. If you want to convince millions of skeptical people that their leaders are lying to them about their behavior, then the best approach is to mock them. Works every time. And in general, screaming at people to stop talking about something is, and I know this is the way that I work, like the number one way to guarantee that I keep talking about something is to yell at me to stop talking about it. And then there's the implication that the Epstein files are boring. Well, in that case, release everything. Bore us to death. Go ahead.
Why am I agreeing with
everything? Then the story's over and everyone can go on with their lives. The 9/11 report was something like 600 pages. Parts of that document were...
Because it's one of those rare situations where, like, he can drop the character of Matt Walsh and, like, he's just, like, a rational human being for, like, a second. Like, I do think he cares about this in the same way that, like, a lot of people who are absolutely shit people, who like are bigoted in innumerable different ways, they do genuinely care about this. And like their support on a lot of other things can be influenced and wibble wobble and stuff, but like this was like something that these people like built like their moral foundation when it comes to politics on, and they can't move from that, you know? And like it happens to be like, oh yeah, hey, the left is also anti-child sexual abuse. We should probably stop that. So like it's one of those situations where we're just like, we're all on the same page here. And yeah, Donald Trump is bad. You know, like, yeah, we're all being like, yeah, you guys are finally starting to get it, maybe a little bit. And I don't know how permanent this is, but like, I don't know. I hope it continues. I hope it opens some people's eyes, and maybe like my dream scenario is you have a bunch of people watching Donald Trump be like, this is just like the Russia, just like the Steele dossier. And like, I hope it like gets some of these people thinking like, wait, he's comparing it to those things. But like, we know he has the Epstein files. Does that mean he was lying about these other things too? Like, I hope it leads someone to like that small next step, you know?
I would hope so too. I don't have a lot of confidence in that, but I would hope that generally people would connect those dots together.
Yeah.
Because like that's kind of what you want human beings to do when they are people that have even a little bit of control over things in your life. Because like other voters, they have a percentage of control over what happens in your life, whether you like it or not. So you'd hope that they would be better.
One would hope.
Boring. Almost nobody actually read the entire thing, but it was still very important that the 9/11 report was written. You know, it's extremely confusing, to put it mildly, to see the President of the United States take the opposite position. He says he doesn't understand why people care about Jeffrey Epstein, as if that's some kind of moral failing on our part. Guess what? Why would anyone care about some of the most powerful people on the planet spending time on a sex trafficker's private island?
Aren't these the same people, by the way, who freaked out for the longest time about adrenochrome?
Oh, yeah.
They've stopped talking about that, by the way. Isn't that weird? Isn't that so strange? But
I mean, some of them have. Like, I think that cult still very much exists, but it has diminished.
It's not as relevant as it used to be. But, like, these are the people who were talking about Jewish tunnels used for child sex trafficking under was it New York or Washington, D.C.? I don't remember when that was.
I think it was Washington, D.C. with those.
So, like, these are the people who freak out and call everything Masonic, evil, satanic, pedophilic, whatever. So, of course, these are going to be the same people who look at the Epstein files and go, uh-huh, but why? It's like how you can't get gamers, like as a group of people, right? Like Gamergate type people. You can't get those people on board with something until you've taken away bouncing boobies in their video game in some way, shape, or form. That's when you get them mad and suddenly they start caring about like protecting culture and shit. God. Suddenly that stuff matters to them when their gooner bait on their video games is gone.
Yep.
Who could possibly be concerned about the possibility that a cabal of pedophiles and perverts are running entire countries and major corporations? And this is where the comparison to Russiagate comes in. It's probably the worst part of the answer you just heard. Russiagate was a disaster for this country precisely because we didn't get the whole story. Russiagate was premised on lies and distortions at every stage. If Donald Trump made a joke at a rally, the media interpreted it as a coded message to Putin. They pretended that he had a secret computer in Trump Tower that was communicating with Moscow. They said that there was the P-tape. They claimed that Russian hackers were being housed at a non-existent Russian consulate in Miami.
Okay, but for all of that stuff, there's a grain of truth to each of those.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has a direct line to Putin and talks to him used to at least talk to him a lot of the time, to the point where we were pretty much sure that he was going to completely come on Putin's side with the Ukraine thing. He seems to be he's giving Patriot missiles to Ukraine right now, so he's flipping on that a little bit. But for the longest time, it seemed that wasn't going to be the case because of his ties and his big friendship with Putin. When it comes to the Russian hackers doing shit, MI6 had a set of documents talking about Russian hackers who were not necessarily hackers, but Russian botters who were making certain to flood our airwaves on Twitter and places like that, any social media, with information that was in the positive for Trump in one way, shape, or form, actively creating a media landscape where more people would be amenable to the whims of the President Trump at the very least. So, did we specifically have Russian hackers held at a specific area of the United States? No, because when it comes to shit like this, specificity is your absolute worst thing you can have. You need to have enough of the information to be true, but you can't jump to conclusions. The information we knew was true was that Russia did have a bunch of people who were botting on Twitter and other areas to do things in the favor of President Trump. You can't imply from that anything further, but you can get up to that point because we had evidence for shit up to that point. Well, that's the problem with conspiracy theorists, is that they have that tiny grain of truth and then they fucking run with it.
I mean, another aspect of this is that people close to Trump and around his campaign went to prison for lying about this specifically. And it's kind of like, okay, why did you go to prison over this if it's a non-story? You know, I don't know. Seems weird.
Nindenray says, are we taking bets on the FIFA trophy that Trump took? It's in the Oval Office having a listening device to it. Is it bad that I read that as a Tifa trophy?
Maybe a little bit.
That's the guy from the Italian consulate, though. That's different.
Yeah, Michael Cohen went to jail, Bizu. The president's lawyer went to fucking jail over Russiagate. That's some weird shit if nothing was going on. Yeah, Michael Flynn went to jail.
They claimed that Trump had.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. He was in the middle of me breaking open a pistachio. Blame the nuts.
Weaken the GOP's platform on Russia, even though the opposite was true. When Hunter Biden dropped his laptop off at the repair store full of incriminating evidence about Joe Biden's influence peddling operation, the media blamed that on Russia too. And on and on and on.
I don't know about that one.
So Russiagate was an utter fraud.
We never get to escape Hunter Biden's laptop. We always get to perpetually live into the world of Hunter Biden's laptop.
In the shadow of his apparently ginormous dick.
Axo also pointed out we literally had YouTube influencers getting money from Russia. Tim Pool and Laura Chen were getting money from Russia to spread Russian propaganda.
Yep. Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, so many people.
Just, this timeline is wild.
And to the extent that it was successful, it worked because the media and the Obama administration repeatedly lied to us. They didn't give us information. They lied to our faces for the better part of a decade. With the Epstein situation, what we want is the opposite response from the media and the government. We want total transparency. At the end of his answer, Trump talks about filtering the documents so that we can only we only obtain credible information, but that's not the job of the government.
Can I?
Their job is to give us whatever information they have.
Absolutely. What's up?
Yeah, what I find interesting about this particular maneuvering is that usually people like Matt Walsh hedge their bets pretty hard on making statements along these lines because it's really hard to walk back, what he's saying, right? It's hard to like once you've pointed it all out to your audience, it's really hard to be like, actually, it's a total non-story, haha. Like Charlie Kirk is trying to do that, and it's not working very well. And
the way he's doing it is by saying, "I trust my friends in the government." Like that's something that you're going to get conspiratoids to agree on.
Yeah, like you're. I just again. It's not working because Charlie Kirk is essentially saying in the eyes of a lot of these people that like, oh yeah, don't worry, I trust my pedophile friends in the government. Like, come on, like that doesn't make sense. If you're in this sphere of like QAnon brain cooked, you are not going to accept that at all.
Correct. But don't worry, we can definitely keep on convincing you that the government has your best interests at heart all the time, especially after we tell everybody that they're hiding a pedophile ring.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to go great.
Mm-hmm.
Deputy says, oh yeah, Maxwell is now demanding a retrial because of the list. If the list doesn't exist, she's in jail for no reason.
Oh, God.
Boy.
I gotta say, I do really appreciate this scandal rocking the Trump administration because it makes the likelihood of like Donald Trump trying to hold on for like a third term basically non-existent. Like you're not going to run for a third term if this is still like in the air remotely close to your election, you know?
Once they start assessing credibility, they give themselves a license to hide incriminating information. There's no reason to grant the government that license, no matter which political party is in charge. That's what makes the Democrats' sudden interest in the Epstein files so galling and intolerable. They're obviously...
God damn it. He just had to get off the train of things I agreed with. And that's why the Democrats... What the fuck do the Democrats have to do over this? They don't have any fucking power in the government right now.
Yeah,
Shut up, Matt.
The Democrats are the ones urging for all this stuff to come out. You know, like I'm actually kind of impressed. Like Ro Khanna's been I have my issues with Ro Khanna, but like dude has been arguing for the House to release these files. Like it's pretty I don't know. I would think that if you're in the camp of Matt Walsh, you'd be pro-Democrat in this instance.
Turning this into a dumb partisan issue when it isn't one.
How are the Democrats turning it into a partisan issue? All they're doing is giving their opinions. Like, the only way in Matt Walsh's mind that the Democrats wouldn't turn this into a partisan issue is by the Democrats not speaking. But if they didn't say anything about this, then instead he would be saying their silence is speaking volumes. Like, Matt Walsh is a spin artist.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to find the way to do that. And you and me, who have been doing this YouTube and Twitch thing for a while, we can kind of smell the spin before it happens.
Yeah.
There's no way that Matt wouldn't spin that.
No.
Like, there are those of us who just want to know. We want child sex predators and sex traffickers brought to justice. It's not a partisan issue. And we want that regardless of who's in power.
That's true.
And we talked about this a bit yesterday. All of a sudden, after years of complete disinterest in the entire topic, Democrats are suddenly clamoring for the release of the Epstein files, or at least they're publicly pretending to want the Epstein files to be released. Here's Adam Kinzinger, for example. He's essentially a Democrat, of course. Quote, every, and I mean every Republican incumbent or candidate or even anyone thinking about running as a Republican for even dog catcher needs to be asked over and over and over about Epstein.
I mean, that's good advice right there.
This is a guy who's spent his only significant time in Congress, the only time people knew who he was, screeching hysterically about elderly women and a Q shaman walking around the Capitol building on January 6th. I mean, that was the issue he claimed to care about.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
I don't think it's bad to care about an insurrection against the United States government. I don't. Come on.
Oh boy.
But no one actually cared about January 6th, so the whole plan backfired. So now that he's out of office, he's demanding that everybody talk about Epstein, an issue that he didn't care about until this week. It's not hard to see what's going on here. Neither party, Democrat.
That I do think that there is a pretty definitive reason that Democrats didn't want to talk about this, and that's because as Hillary Clinton's, I think, like, not daughter, but like niece said on Twitter when Jeffrey Epstein about the Jeffrey Epstein files, like, some of our faves may be implicated. That tweet is still up, and it's like, yeah,
okay,
but I think, like, those people who might be implicated are far enough from power now where, like, it's not the defining factor of decision making for a lot of the mainstream Democratic Party.
Also, I'm just going to say this right now as somebody who's been very fed up with the mainstream Democratic Party.
Yeah, fuck them.
And how they've operated and the types of people they've accepted money from. So, if many people in the Democratic Party get implicated as being problematic by the Epstein files, the only thing I can possibly say to that is good, and then get them out of office so that they no longer have power. I don't have to care if I find out tomorrow that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is a monster. Yeah, I'm going to be a bit sad, but, like, I'm not going to care after that point, because once you've demonstrated to me that you're a monster, your spot in my brain disappears. You're gone.
Yeah, like, if
your memory hold.
Like, if we find out that, like, AOC was having sex with children, we wouldn't want her in power.
Correct. Like, we would rather her be gone.
Yeah, and honestly, like, that needs to be, like, the attitude of our elected Dems. It needs to just be like, if you're implicated in this, sorry, we're cutting you loose. Like, bye. Doesn't matter what the political utility is in our current context. They need to go.
And if the majority of the Democratic Party disappears overnight as a result, then the only thing I can say to that is, yeah, good. Okay. Now we can wipe our hands clean and get a new set of people, and maybe we can even get a chairman in again from the Democrats who isn't taken away on procedure because he wants old Democrats to leave. Cough, cough, the David Hogg situation, cough, cough.
Mm-hmm.
But that's, that's neither here nor there.
Democrat or Republican wants to see the full unredacted release of the Epstein files, apparently. At a minimum, we can assume that top donors of both parties are implicated in some way. So they both want to neutralize this whole issue as quickly as they can. For Democrats, that means turning the Epstein files into yet another partisan football and turning into another, just a stunt. They're going to make performative efforts to release the files, even though they know that it will never work. For example, here's Axios' reporting from yesterday, quote, House Republicans on Tuesday voted down another Democratic procedural maneuver aimed at forcing the Justice Department to release documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. Democrats' procedural motion would have scuttled the GOP's legislative agenda for the day in favor of the bill, making it difficult for Republicans to vote for it. It came after Republicans on the House Rules Committee voted Monday night against attaching the Epstein language to a broader cryptocurrency and defense funding vote.
Yeah,
and specifically, that broader
can
cryptocurrency vote involved legislation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, like, I don't know. Seems kind of damning that the entire Republican Party is lockstep protecting pedophiles. Like, I don't know. That seems weird and sus as fuck to me. If you're someone who identifies as a conservative, like, I don't know how you are at all rationalizing suddenly all of these people who have been saying for all this time, think of the children, think of the children, think of the children, are now voting.
Some of these people have spent far too much time thinking of children.
Yeah, and they're now voting to prevent information about who, in fact, is a threat to children from being released to the public. That, I don't know. This is like something that genuinely threatens the entire, like, power base of the Republican Party, and I don't know that they've all fully reckoned with that. I think some of them are like, oh, this is just a Trump thing, but, like, this is gonna smear every single one of them.
And again, if they all get smeared, then they were better off as smears.
True.
And there we go. We're done.
Mm-hmm.
Think of the children as long as it's convenient to you. That should be the Republican motto. Think of the children so long as it's convenient.
That could have paved the way for a central bank digital currency, as well as restrictions on cryptocurrency ownership. And whatever you think of this bill, although it seems to be a pretty terrible idea, the fact remains that it has nothing whatsoever to do with Jeffrey Epstein.
I apologize, Matt Walsh, that you have just apparently now learned what pork fatting is. I apologize that in the year 2025, you are now an enemy of pork fatting bills, a thing that your side and our side has been doing for years, and a practice that should be illegal. The way we write bills should be the way that they have to write bills in France.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that you do in relation to a bill must be in line with the title of the bill. It cannot be attached to anything in the bill. Oh no, that would make us write more bills. No, it would make you have to read less.
Yep.
It would make people have to read less. We wouldn't have fucking 2,000-page bills that have to be passed overnight.
It was ridiculous.
That would disappear.
That genuinely should be illegal.
It should. Again, France solved this problem. There's also some other problems that France solved temporarily that maybe we could emulate one day in the future, but that's neither here nor there.
One day.
It'll at least make the local Home Depots and Lowe's a lot of money.
So Democrats are using this whole issue to play very transparent political games. That's how seriously they take child sex trafficking, which is not at all. But ultimately, if we're being honest, the problem here still goes back to the White House. They've given the Democrats this opening by bungling the situation so badly. The Trump administration seems mystified, or is acting that way, by the anger from the base. But, number one, many of us were not saying anything different from what we've been saying for years about Epstein. Okay, and also what Trump has been saying for years about it. Now Trump has decided all of a sudden that the issue doesn't matter, it's boring, and anyone who talks about it is a weakling and not one of his supporters. He decided that in the last 2 weeks. He never said that before.
Hey, have you
seen... So the idea that we as conservatives are...
Have you seen the video that was cut from his Fox News interview where he was asked about whether or not he would declassify different documents?
Is it the one where when they got to Epstein, he said, "Yeah, I would declassify. Actually, maybe not, because there's a lot of stuff in there that might not be true. A lot of people might be implicated."
Yeah, it's basically, a lot of people say a lot of things, a lot of lies going around. It's just like, would you declassify the MLK documents? Would you yes. Would you declassify the JFK files? Yes. And then the Epstein files, he hems and haws for like 2 minutes. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. I have, there's no surprise there from me, but I was actually corrected on that one. Last night, I was streaming about it, and I said, this is what thing you ran on, and somebody in my chat was like, actually, no, he hummed and hawed about it. I was like, oh, I had completely forgot about that, because I was remembering the fucking publicity stunts with the influencers holding up the Epstein files going, we're about to release them. And, I'm so sorry that I remembered the publicity stunts of the Trump administration as if they are extensions of Trump's will. But,
Yep.
Well, we're back on the Matt Walsh being correct about things train for the last couple seconds.
See how many more seconds he lasts.
Yeah, let's see how long this goes.
Obligated to just adopt that perspective out of the blue is madness. It's also not possible, by the way. Even if I wanted to just decide that I don't care about this anymore, it doesn't work that way. I can't. I can't just... You can't say to me, well, you shouldn't care about this. Okay, well, then I don't. Well, never mind. Even if I wanted to obey that directive, I just can't. I care about the issue. I've cared about it for the last 5-6 years. I've cared about it the whole time. I still do. But I'm not interested in obeying that directive because I'm an American. I'm an American. I can think for myself. And if you're a person in position of power, I'm going to hold you accountable. I'm going to criticize you if you do something I don't like. I don't care what party you're in. But the other thing too is that the Epstein scandal, and this is what has to be, you have to understand, is that the Epstein scandal is not happening in a vacuum. Okay? We have not seen any high-profile or powerful people held accountable for their crimes. No one's even been fired, let alone arrested, for allowing an assassin to almost kill Trump last year. Trump was elected in 2016 partly on a promise to lock her.
My guy, the person who was responsible for that is dead. What? The thing you do when an attempted assassination happens and it fails, you don't just start randomly fucking firing people. You recognize that the threat has been eliminated. What the fuck are you on about?
I mean, I think he thinks that it should be like, oh, you failed to stop the shooter before he got shots off. You must now ritually like commit suicide. Like that is kind of like where he's at.
Please commit Sudoku. You didn't protect a dear leader.
Yeah, exactly.
Arrest the body, lock it up.
I think
what are we worried about? Is he becoming a zombie or something?
I think he's about to say, I mean, Donald Trump didn't even lock up Hillary Clinton.
Her up. You know, we all recall that.
Yep, that's what he did.
Partly on a promise to lock her up. You know, we all recall that.
We do.
So when do we start locking people up? Trump himself has spent 10 years calling out many different crimes and scandals, right?
Again, the reason that he's not going to do that, like I said earlier in this particular video, is Trump understands things in the world of television. This is a guy who went on to fucking pro wrestling for one episode. This is a guy who hosts fucking Bachelorette and The Apprentice. This guy understands statements as things to rile up a crowd, not as things to care about or hang your hat on. That's how he understands them. He understands things within the realm of the media landscape, which is not an excuse in any way, shape, or form. It's just pointing out that this is not a person who's fit to be fucking president.
Also, Matt Walsh is asking for more people to be locked up. We're one of the most carceral states on the planet already before the Trump administration. We're building concentration camps across the United States. Like we're locking up more people than we ever have before. And like he's like, it's not enough. We need to lock up more people.
Ekobaz says, been asleep all day. What's the new Epstein news? The new Epstein news is that Matt Walsh is 90% right about the Epstein stuff, and it's weird, and I don't like it. It's a very strange feeling.
So, just this past weekend, he was talking again about the rigged election in 2020. Why hasn't anyone been arrested or charged for any of this? What about the people who lied about the COVID shot? What about the people who funded the BLM riots in 2020? What about the cabal of unelected bureaucrats who were using Joe Biden's auto pen to sign pardons and executive orders, effectively seizing control of the federal government?
Can you pause?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God. It was literally just revealed like yesterday or the day before that the guy who is heading the investigation into Joe Biden's auto pen usage has been signing documents with an auto pen. Like, it's such a non-issue that like literally the head of investigating that issue is also doing it. Like, I'm sorry, you're calling for people to be jailed over using like an auto signature? Like, get the fuck out of here.
You mean that thing that you do anytime you open up DocuSign?
Yep. It's like, yeah, Matt, it's almost like all of these things that Republicans have concocted over the years are completely bullshit. Thank you for pointing all of them out.
Like, no one is even being fired for any of this, let alone arrested for any of it. And that is the context that all of this is happening in, and a lot of us are just fed up with it. Speaking of the auto pen thing, the New York Times just uncovered emails from Biden officials in which they made executive decisions to sign certain documents. Quote, Mr. Zients hit reply all and wrote, I approve the use of the auto pen for the execution of all of the following pardons. That's a reference to Jeff Zients, the White House chief of staff. That's a sentence that no government official other than the president should ever write. The chief of staff does not have the authority to use the president's signature to pardon people.
Have you
That's
ever,
exactly what happened.
Have you ever seen Donald
Now,
Trump? Have you ever seen Donald Trump sign his executive orders?
I try not to.
Dude literally does not know what he's signing. Like he does not know. He has to have someone there explaining what each one does because he just has no idea. You know, he's checked out.
Because it's just the Heritage Foundation giving him shit to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yenzo says, and how are those events similar to the Epstein files? So the thing about Matt Walsh's show is he has an hour-long rant session. That's what it is. It's an hour-long rant session, not unlike what me and Jack do sometimes.
Hey.
It's an hour-long rant session. So I can't blame him for tangenting on this because he's not, as far as I know, he's not working with a teleprompter or anything. He's just shooting off the cuff. And a thing that people do is they normally, when they're shooting off the cuff, they'll go into tangents. I'm not trying to defend Matt Walsh. If you've got the bullet coming for him, I'm not blocking it. But I'm perfectly okay with this behavior of bouncing around shit because it's an hour-long segment. He can cut it out in editing later if he needs to.
To say that digital signatures shouldn't be allowed, various outlets, including NBC News, have tried to claim that conservatives are attacking the idea of digital signatures. It's a straw man. That's not the case.
But that
if Joe Biden,
but that is the case. No. Don't fucking do that, my guy. You're upset that somebody worked on behalf of the president, which is a thing that administrations have been doing for years.
Yep.
They have a representative working on behalf of them. And you're upset that an auto pen was used, which is a digital signature, which is a non-issue. I'm sorry. It's not a straw man when it's the actual shit happening.
100%.
You were doing so well. Paladin Law says he doesn't even know what officials he nominated for certain positions. He completely forgot he nominated Jerome Powell and then went, who's that idiot? Who's the idiot this guy is in?
Yeah, he literally
had said, use my auto.
He literally was like, he went on like a tangent today for like 2 minutes talking about how idiotic it was for Joe Biden to nominate Jerome Powell to the to the Fed, and like he also nominated Jerome Powell to the Fed. Like he's his brain's gone.
Yep. He is checked the fuck out. Have you seen the close-up pictures of him where he just looks like he is on every drug known to man?
I mean, he was literally bragging the other day about how he passed that dementia test like 7 years ago. You know, the person computer, you know, the test, whatever. And like he's still bragging about it. But like you're bragging about a early onset dementia test you took 7 years ago? Like, I don't know. That's maybe one of the most dementia coded things I've ever seen. Frankly, it's crazy.
It's like being super happy that you scored really high on your RADS test and then following it up with, by the way, I'm not autistic.
Yeah.
Like person, woman, man, camera, TV.
Yeah, he also seems to think that it was an IQ test, which is
I scored higher than anyone else.
Yeah, he was comparing his test results for that early onset dementia test to the IQ scores he imagines for AOC and what's her name? Jasmine Crockett.
Man, the conservatives are really upset that Crockett exists right now.
I know. It's one of the reasons I like her.
Enemy of my enemy. Although she seems to have a good head on her shoulders, so it's not even that.
Yeah, like I don't agree with her on everything, but like I like that she's willing to fight, you know?
Yeah, she's not Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
Pen to approve these pardons, there'd be no story. Okay, that's not a scandal, but that's not what happened. Instead, a bunch of aides got together, said that they heard Joe Biden authorize certain things, and then solely based on their claims about what Joe Biden wanted, they used his signature to do what they wanted. Now, back to the point, Republicans are saying...
Okay, I'm not 100% certain that Matt Walsh is framing that correctly, but that's mostly because I generally do not trust the words that come out of Matt Walsh's mouth.
Yeah.
But I have no evidence to the contrary on that one, so I'm not going to fight against it. I'm just going to go based on the vibes. I don't generally agree with shit that Matt Walsh says unless I have good reason to.
Saying that this is a major scandal, I agree. It is. So then who will be held responsible? Who will be punished? What person, what actual person with a face and a name are you going to arrest and put in prison for this scandal?
None.
Well, Republicans are investigating it. Great. I mean, they're constantly investigating things. The problem is that nobody is ever punished at the end of it. And I don't even think that's hyperbole. Like, nobody is ever punished at the end of any of these investigations. That's not how the Democrats operate. Democrats spent the last 4 years prosecuting Trump and throwing conservative activists and political advisors in prison.
Oh, so you're saying that the Democrats are actually better at their fucking jobs?
The conservative...
I can agree with that.
Conservative activists that got sent to prison. The insurrectionists on January 6th.
And now, even after the majority of Americans have voted for transparency and justice, we're not getting it. And that's just not going to work. It's not what any Republican voted for in the last election. Okay, we want to see accountability.
Mm-hmm.
We want to know that even the rich and powerful will pay for their crimes. And that hasn't happened yet. And so for a lot of people, understandably so, this Epstein stuff is kind of the last straw.
What I really, really
Give us the information we've been promised. Give us...
Is that, like, very clearly, the reason this isn't coming out yet is because somehow, in some manner, the president himself is implicated in this. And, like, Matt Walsh isn't saying that, but, like, a lot of conservatives, especially, like, maybe not 2 days ago, but, like, today, are really looking at Trump and being like, Did this guy diddle kids?
Did he do it?
Yeah, like
what was he cooking?
This is not how you would handle this if you weren't guilty as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, Matt Walsh is actually upset in a way that I haven't ever seen him actually upset before.
Most of the time when he's upset, it seems like he's playing the character.
Yeah, and I don't think he's playing a character here.
Yeah, I think this is real Walsh for a little bit.
It's the information we're entitled to. If you refuse to do that, if you insist on insulting us instead, then we're facing a much worse outcome than Democrat control of Congress in less than 2 years. We're also facing a total collapse of legitimacy in our country. You can only deny reality for so long before people decide that they've had enough.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever donors or intelligence assets are being protected here, they're not that important. They're not worth risking a revolt.
Yeah.
So give us the boring Epstein files, publish all.
It's definitely the intelligence assets and donors that are being protected here. Definitely no one else at all.
Definitely not the president himself. I would never call Dear Leader a potential pedophile. Never Dear Leader.
No, they're gonna play that one close to the chest until, like, I don't know, like, until this escalates even further. Dear Leader would never.
Dear Leader would never.
All the uninteresting footage you clipped out of those videos from Epstein's cell block for reasons that no one has bothered to explain. Otherwise, in the absence of transparency, people will come to their own conclusions. And when they do, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, you won't like what happens next. Now let's get to our 5 headlines.
I mean,
that wasn't the headline. Okay.
I mean, I think generally, people who are implicated for sex trafficking children aren't happy when that comes to light. But you know what? I don't care. I hope they all go to jail. I agree. Rare Matt Walsh W.
Yeah, for the most part. Then there was that weird stuff about the Democrats halfway through, but you know, you can't have it all when it comes to Walsh.
Yeah, I mean, this is the closest to a W he's ever been.
I mean, he's usually just harping on about the age of consent and how he doesn't necessarily agree with it being as...
I forgot. He's literally gone on camera and talked about how like 16-year-olds are the most fertile technically, and how age of consent is a modern invention. Like, I don't know. Like, he's literally gone on his show and talked about the most sus shit.
Did you know that the age of consent is a modern invention? Okay, but it was invented for a reason. Do you want to explain that reason, Matt?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know cell phones are a modern invention? They were invented for a reason. Do you want to explain that reason? Like, it's okay for something to be a modern invention. That doesn't make it bad or unimportant. The real question is, why are you bringing it up? The real question always becomes, why are you bringing it up?
Mm-hmm.
Depraved Ambience goes,
Dear leader would never, and if he did, he'd have a good reason. And if he didn't have a good reason, it wasn't as bad as it seems. And if it is as bad as it seems, well, he couldn't help himself. And if he could have helped himself, well, it was her fault.
I'm getting really big vibes from that fucking Twitter post of the "What man wouldn't partake."
Oh God,
have you seen that shit?
I have not, but like I can surmise what it means from the context.
Yep, you've got it. It's the Trump defenders that are okay with him being a pedophile because what man wouldn't partake?
God, was that the Outkick guy?
I don't remember. I covered it in an episode a couple days ago, and it's been memory hold because it's fucking gross.
Yeah, there was that guy from like that conservative sports website who was just like, technically, a lot of states have ages of consent that go as low as 14. So really, Jeffrey Epstein should have just gone and done all this in Alabama. It totally would have been fine. Like it's genuinely some of the most unhinged shit.
You just sounded like a fucking South Park character for that whole thing.
I mean, that's what they deserve.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
You know,
that's it for the Matt Walsh video. At least we're not going into the other shit. I don't care about the other shit.
Yeah, a lot of you guys are saying Dave Portnoy from Barstool, and I wasn't talking about Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports, but like you guys. You know, it's somewhat telling that, you know, you guys hear me say something that one conservative said. I think it was Clay Travis from Outkick. But then you're like, wait, do you mean this conservative or this conservative or this conservative or this one or that other one? Like, I don't know. It's kind of telling that a lot of them are saying really sussy shit about age of consent.
If your group of people is known for talking about the age of consent at length, then maybe your group of people should be in a jail cell.
That's a great ending note. 100%.
100%. We do have one other thing.
Oh.
The thing that you sent me.
Oh.
About, you know.
Oh yeah.
you wanna talk about Joe Rogan of the lefting?
Yeah.
Like, this is okay. I'm gonna preface this with, I agree that we need a Joe Rogan on the left. I agree with that. I think that is a wonderful statement. I wish that we didn't live in a world where Gavin Newsom was attempting it. In fact, actually, before we get to that, do I have that up here? I think I do. Where is it? Here we go. Here we are. I do want to play this real quick because before we get to Joe Rogan of the lefting, we need to talk about the guy who's been trying to Joe Rogan of the left recently. Let's see how Gavin Newsom is talking about everybody's favorite topic that nobody has gotten tired of at all ever.
I think post-George Floyd, post-COVID, we kind of came out, and there was obviously this rights movement post-George Floyd, which you got to understand, I mean, on the basis of what occurred and all the social unrest. And there was a natural inclination then to try to course correct, but it was across the spectrum of issues, including increasingly on the issues of how we talk, communicate, how politically correct and sensitive people started becoming, use of language, pronouns, and then issues.
Use of pronouns. We shouldn't have been using pronouns.
Yeah, look, pronouns are woke. You should only refer to people by proper names.
You should only refer to people by adjectives.
Also,
you fucking.
I like that the premise is that like prior to this, people weren't upset when like they were misgendered. People weren't upset when you called them like the wrong types of things. Like, I'm pretty sure people have been upset about that for a while. It was just nice to, for a brief window of time, have actual, like, courtesy towards people who weren't, you know, cis, straight, white dudes.
Yeah.
Around the trans community and this notion of gender-affirming care for children. That's tough, man. And the science on that, I haven't dove that deep into it, but you know,
he hasn't dove that deep into the science, but he's certainly got an opinion already, I'm sure.
I'm just a gigantic dipshit and don't know what I'm talking about, but you know, it seems bad. Like, I don't know. That's such a stupid way to look at the world. Like, well, the science is saying that gender affirming care is good, but you know, I haven't really looked into it, so I'm pretty sure it's bad.
What if
it's
it were
like
bad,
a hell of a
actually?
take.
Like, the take is literally just anti-intellectualism. It's agreeing with your hip firing more than anything else. Just accepting what might come out of your brainwaves instead of digging into the science. What does the science say on gender affirming care? Well, generally it says that people have better mental health results when they're given gender affirming care. Oh, BT dubs, gender affirming care includes things like hair transplants for men. You know, like the ones Elon Musk had. But okay.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I think it's generally good when we embrace medical approaches that decrease the suicidality of youth by like 14 times to bring it down to the level of other comparable children their age. I think that's generally a good thing, actually. I'm pro, you know, I'm in favor of policies and positions and medicine and medical approaches that, you know, make children more likely to survive until adulthood. I'm in favor of those. And apparently that's a controversial stance for Gavin Newsom.
I like the thing that makes more people survive.
Yeah.
I don't like the thing that makes more people die.
Yeah.
There. I did it. I've solved all politics.
I like alive kids.
But not as much as Matt Walsh does after arguing about their age of consent.
Hey.
I read one report and then there's one that's slightly contradictory. And then they said, there's no contradictory. Here's what the UK just came out with.
Are you talking about the Cass report? Because I can only think of one trans report that came out of the UK that you would be talking about.
Yeah, what I'm sure he's talking about is that like he's talking about the Cass report and whatever bullshit report the Trump administration put out there.
Full of shit. It's absolutely scientifically sound that it's outrageous, you know, and so it's intense. And then I meet with families, literally meet with families. Save my child's life, and they're thriving.
I mean, it's just, I mean, you can't serve the country until you're 18. You can't buy a gun.
I love, by the way, that like he's like, yeah, on the one hand, I have all these reports, and on the other hand, I meet a bunch of people, and they have alive kids, and I just don't know which side to come down on. On the one side, we have alive kids, and on the other side, we have, you know, unalive kids, and I unfortunately, we can't have half alive kids.
Also, then we get this guy who's going, you can't serve the country, you can't drink alcohol until you do these things. Right, but I don't think you understand. Transitioning is not the same thing as going into the military. It's not the same thing as getting a fucking tattoo. It's not any of those things. It is just, it's something that we have a lot of research on, and that research shows that you're not transitioning the fucking children. That's not what happens when we do the gender affirming care thing for kids. What happens when we do the gender affirming care thing for kids is, depending on their age, it depends. If they're really young, then the gender affirming care is the little boy that might be a girl got a dress for Christmas.
Yeah.
That's the gender affirming care. And then the psychiatrist is going to sit back and just kind of see how that plays out. That's literally what happens.
Also,
that's all it is.
Who is this guy? I don't recognize this show.
So it's Gavin Newsom's podcast, and he's talking to Sean Ryan.
I have no idea who this is. Okay.
Neither do I. I know Newsom.
Yeah.
All until you're 21, and I mean to make that big of a decision as a kid. I mean,
so it's, again, we're going to talk about what that decision looks like real quick. And Jack, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. The decision is, are you 1 through 10? Okay, then we might give you different clothes, maybe even let you experiment with a different name. Have you begun puberty? Very important. Have you begun puberty? If so, puberty blockers get assigned. Puberty blockers, as of right now, do not get assigned until the first signs of puberty have already started. That is what the medical text says to do.
And I'm just gonna interject, because it's also in order to do the puberty blockers, there is a need for demonstrating consistency in gender identity. So it's not like you go into the doctor and they're just like, oh, I'm your gender practitioner. You're
gender practitioner.
General practitioner. You came in here with a sore throat. Well, can I interest you in some puberty blockers? No. What happens is parents come in with their child.
Dial about it.
Parents come in with their child. God, I got it in my head. The GP, we'll say, refers them to a specialist. The specialist then is like, okay, well, how long has this been going on? And if it's a fairly recent phenomenon, they might say, come back in 3 months. We'll meet again, see how we're doing. And if there's a demonstrated consistency, then they put them on the puberty blockers, which are also prescribed to cisgender children. Trans and cis kids both get puberty blockers because they're reversible. You just stop taking them.
We give puberty blockers during early onset puberty. We give puberty blockers if a little girl develops breast cancer early, because it turns out the thing that the cancer lives off of with breast cancer is the actual breast tissue, which does not grow unless estrogen is telling them to grow. That's what we developed them for, kids with cancer.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out that these super scary things aren't actually that scary at all in any meaningful way. It's as if poverty itself isn't the USA's fault. That's a different conversation, I guess.
But also the puberty blockers are just there to buy more time for the kid and their family to think about this decision, because it's a pretty big decision to make. You want plenty of time to consider, the implications of that. And you can be on puberty blockers for, age 12 to 15, and that's
longer
fine.
Than that, it's up to 5 years.
Yeah.
The safety window for puberty blockers is generally considered up to 5 years, which means you can take somebody from 13 all the way to adulthood.
Yep.
And at that point, they can make a decision. You can say, oh, well, we don't let them do all these things till 18. Fine. Why don't we use, let's stick with one example then, driving. I am allowed at age of 16 to get in a steel death machine and risk everybody else's life on the road and my own, rocketing a vehicle just through the streets. That is a thing I can legally do. I have to pass an aptitude test, which, by the way, if you were transitioning, you also have to pass a test. It's not an aptitude test, but we have to do things like demonstrate that you've been living as that gender for a certain amount of time. So if all the same mechanics are here, if it quacks like a fucking duck, I'm just going to assume that a duck is in the room.
Yep. And then, like, you're giving kids more time with the puberty blockers to think about their decision, and also, like, there still needs to be that consistent demonstration of, like, identification, and then, like, then you can start puberty blockers, or you can start, not puberty blockers, HRT, and then you just go through the one puberty, because that's a bit easier on your body than going through two. And easier on your mind.
Puberty, there are certain things with that puberty that are irreversible, like the way that the vocal cords end up shaping themselves. That is an irreversible thing that if it turns out that your gender is actually girl, it would probably be infinitely better if you had preemptively taken care of that.
Well, and
wouldn't have been much of a problem.
And it's also traumatic to undergo, especially like knowing this isn't what you want, and you have the option to not go through that. Like it's a very traumatic thing to go through the wrong puberty, which is why doctors don't want, kids that are actually cis going through the wrong puberty, and they don't want kids that are actually trans to go through the wrong puberty. So, like, that's what the puberty blockers are there for.
Zara and Joy says the body horror of watching yourself mutate into something you hate. Yeah. It's a terrifying concept. It's a concept that I personally never had to struggle with because I'm cis, but it's a concept that I can 100% get behind, not wanting people I care about to, have needed to have gone through.
Yep.
There's no world in which you should have to hope that on someone when there are better options. But here's the thing. This video, I already know what this video is about before we get in. Apologies. I've broken the streamer code because I read the description of
pre-watcher. Oh wait, you only read the description? Okay.
I only read the description. I didn't actually watch it. So I've kind of broken the streamer code. Not entirely. But
okay. I forgive you.
I know this is going to turn into a conversation about trans sports. So I'm going to preemptively say, if you don't like trans women in sports with cis women because of biological advantages that, yes, they will have. We have evidence of this. We have data of this. You know how you circumvent those? It's super simple. You prevent them from going through the puberty that gives them those strength advantages. The puberty blockers solve the problem. That's what it does. It's also the reason why the Olympics allow trans women to compete in the Olympics so long as they've been on hormone therapy for a year, because that gives their bodies time to reverse a lot of the things, a lot of the ways that muscles distribute and fat distributes and everything else. It reverses many of those things.
Yeah.
And puberty blockers prevent those things. So I don't know if it's good enough for the Olympics, it's good enough for fucking little leagues.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned.
100%. Like, I spent a lot of time doing a deep dive on this, like 2 years ago with like all the I think it was around the time the Leah Thomas stuff was happening. And
how dare she get fifth, by the way? Just terrible.
Yeah. And like the overwhelming conclusion, because I went through so many different studies and I did it all on stream, and it really, the consensus is just any kind of advantage that persists after 1 to 2 years on HRT is like minimal. Like it is minimal and within the range that is expected for like cis women to exist within. Like
what was it, like it's like a 6% variance in things like muscle mass and fibers and all that. Like it's
and
6% is well within the range for all athletes.
Well, and also there are disadvantages too. Like and those disadvantages, interestingly enough, aren't like fixed by HRT. You know, like an issue with like trans women athletes can be like blood oxygen levels, like the regulation of oxygenated blood is slightly different, but it makes like endurance sports a lot harder to excel at for trans women. Or at the very, maybe not a lot harder, but just marginally harder.
Okay.
And also, like, again, the only real point of contention that I could find from going through all these studies was, do you wait 1 year for 1 year on HRT or 2 years on HRT? And that was really the main thing, like, that a lot of these studies came down on, beyond like, oh, also more data would be nice. Like that was essentially the main point of contention. Not, you know, oh, trans women shouldn't be allowed to compete in sports, but like, should they be on an HRT for 1 year or 2 year before they're allowed in, you know, highly competitive sports?
Also, you know how we get more data for this is it's super easy. It's like the simplest thing in the entire world. You get more data by letting the trans women compete in the sports and then compiling the data. The best meta-analysis you can ever have is one that includes in-lab and out-of-lab studies all together. It's like the easiest thing in the fucking world to do. You just let the thing happen because it's kids. It's children's sports. It does not need to be this like powerfully regulated thing. It's fucking kids sports. And it's not that last thing. That's Trump's thing. But
yeah, it is one of those things where like the when we're looking at sports, part of the reason there's a lack of data is because of the stigmatization of trans people. Like trans people are like, well, I want to play sports, but like, shit, I don't want to be like the subject of like an international hate mob. You know, like I don't want to deal with someone who's salty about coming in 9th place instead of 8th place, you know, trying to use that to spur a conservative pundit career, you know?
And ultimately, when we're dealing with all this shit, we have to ask ourselves, what's the point? I'm kind of in the boat that the trans sports debate has been a smokescreen from the beginning. It's an easy thing that people don't research, but people care about. Everybody in America, on some level, cares about sports. And if you don't care about sports, you probably have a pretty strong opinion on not caring about sports. It's where we get terms like sports ball from. Everybody has a position where sports are concerned. So it's a thing you can wrap everybody around in. And it's simultaneously an issue that affects such a small minority of people. But importantly, when it does come into play, it always comes into play on a fucking television. It always comes into play somewhere where people are watching. This is why the Leah Thomas stuff got as big as it did. This is why that one bitch that tried to take a knee during the fencing competition ended up being a thing for the brief bit. It's something that everybody is seeing, everybody has opinions on, and not one fucking person has researched.
Yep.
And yet they have very strong opinions. That is the easiest thing in the world to get everybody on board against a minority group for.
Well, and
it's the easiest thing.
It's also worth pointing out that the person who pioneered this as a talking point is one Christopher Rufo, who is also the guy who
he's behind the CRT panic.
Yep.
There's at least 5 different conservative panics that he has engineered, and he doesn't fucking hide that fact. He has bragged on his Twitter about being the engineer behind all this shit.
Yeah, and he talks about it openly. He talks about very specifically choosing trans kids in sports because it is such an incidental non-issue, but down from that flow a lot of fundamental trans rights. You know, it is deliberately chosen to manipulate people into becoming transphobes. And people like Gavin Newsom know this, and they go down that road anyway. Like, these people aren't fools. They know who Christopher Rufo is.
It should also be noted, and this is going to sound tinfoil hatty, but I've talked about these documents on stream before, and there is an older stream where me and my friend Nick, game apologist, dude who fucking covers Sonic the Hedgehog on his channel, went through MI6 documents where they talked about getting America divided on trans issues as a wedge issue when they were investigating what Russia was trying to do to manipulate our country against itself to weaken it.
Yeah.
It sounds conspiratorial as shit until you read the documents and go, oh, that's a bad.
No, I mean, like, I think that they noticed the same thing that Christopher Rufo did, and then they fed it to their troll farms in order to, like, agitate about it. Because, like, the Republican Party in a lot of ways is aligned with the far-right agitation being spread by countries like Russia. And there are other countries that do it, too. Like, but it's all just, like, trans people. We're just the convenient wedge to try and break apart like people who on a lot of other civil rights issues, they'd treat it like no-brainers, but when it comes to trans people, they view us as sacrificial pawns.
It's the sad state of being an easy target. You're a minority group that is very misunderstood, and that always ends the same way. And it sucks.
It does.
And you could also be destroying a lot of lives as well. I mean, their brain isn't even fully developed.
You got, well, until 26 plus. Yeah, so it's even further with the brain.
Again, cars. Next.
Look, I come to this very much more open-minded than I've ever been.
Mm-hmm.
More
That's
receptive.
Not true.
Because a lot of the pushback came from folks candidly that I didn't respect, that never respected the gay community, period.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who are opposed to just basic rights that have been going after. So I think the natural inclination was sort of dismiss. And now I recognize more fully and deeply. And I think the sports issue really opened that door for me. The nuances in this space. That said, I'll take a backseat to no one in terms of anti-discrimination laws.
What a weak man.
The community.
What a weak man.
That's where I take a backseat to no one. And I've signed some of the most progressive legislation on that, and I'm proud of that. That's who I am. Stand up for ideals and strike out against injustice. And I think it's unjust to attack vulnerable communities and discriminate against people. That said, on the issue of children, this is a tough issue. All this.
It's
not a tough issue, though. You just listen to the science. And here's the thing. With the Cass report, shit like that, Trump's version of the Cass report, the original Cass report, remember, these same debates happened in relation to, like, the tobacco and sugar lobbies. The tobacco and sugar lobbies did this same shit, paying for studies that said the things that they wanted to do. So if you want to know where those studies are going to lie, you need to follow the money behind them. That's how we figured out the skeezy shit that was happening with the sugar industry when they gave the lipid hypothesis. Oh, it's trans fats that are causing everybody to be fat and obese in America. Oh, it's extra lipids in the food that are causing people to be fat in America. No, it's pumping sugar into every fucking thing, including bread. It's the fact that American bread is not legally considered bread in other countries. It's considered fucking cake. But no, you have to pretend that the culprit is elsewhere. and you have to fund studies to make that happen. The same should happen with the tobacco industry. How long were cigarettes considered a healthy thing to consume that doctors would fucking recommend? It's wild to think about that today, but doctors actively recommended nicotine through cigarettes as a treatment for things in the past.
Yep.
You should literally smoke cigarettes about it was not a fucking meme. And how does that happen? It is when lobby groups associated with those industries fund those studies every time. So when you look at things like the Cass report, okay, follow the money wherever it goes. When you look at the Trump administration's one, follow the money where it goes. With the Trump administration one, it's even more damning when you see, he's actively cutting funding to universities over and over and over again everywhere and bouncing around tariffs and just playing with fucking money where everyone's concerned. But he can definitely throw money at a report that's going to say bad shit about trans people. It's the most translucent thing on the goddamn planet.
100%.
When most of these studies we have done since the fucking 70s in regards to trans people in sports and gender affirming care and medications and surgeries have shown that when you just give that power to the doctors involved, to the trans people involved, you get better results. When you have that power in the hands of politicians who, like Gavin has pointed out, don't fucking know any better, like Gavin, who doesn't fucking know any better because he is doing the whole, I read some reports that said this, I read some reports that said this. My guy, I'm sorry that you can't, like that you never learned how to suss out data, but that's not a me fucking problem. That's a you problem. You need to sort that out. Let the doctors handle it. Let the scientists handle it. Let the people who are experts on this handle it.
But
don't read the fucking report. Get somebody who is an expert in this to sit down and explain the report to you because they have the expertise to communicate it to you.
But have you considered that instead of doing that, you could just listen to a dipshit on a podcast who doesn't know anything about it and listen to him talk about how much he supports non-discrimination laws, but he doesn't know about this thing that he hasn't bothered to read anything about. Just he's just a very smart man, and we should all listen to him because he's so wise and such a good leader that we should all definitely vote for in 2028. God, what a clown.
Can we just vote for AOC? She seems to actually be doing pretty well on most issues right now. I'm kind of on board with it at the moment.
Yeah, honestly, if like AOC or like Tim Walz run or something, like I'd be down.
I'd be okay with Walz, but like I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of fucking tired of old men.
Yeah, I just think that's probably what's in the cards. I think like another old man like Tim Walz and actually Tim Walz is like 60. Like he's actually not that old, but if
it's another old man in the cards, can we get a mulligan?
Maybe
but
one
anyway,
day.
I wanted to bring this one up because this is kind of a spring onto another conversation, and I'm gonna leave it up to Guitar Rocker if both of these are one video or if this ends up being two videos. That is up to their expertise. But I feel like Gavin Newsom with his podcast is trying to not only gain notoriety for himself, but he's kind of taken the Joe Rogan of the left idea and just ran with it. I could be wrong, but it feels very much like it's that kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of.
And I don't want that to be the case because the last person I want to be he's not even fucking left. He's a Dem. He's just a Dem.
Oh, he's Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, see, I know he's Gavin Newsom.
Like he's not even. He's more insidious than that. He's a third way Dem. Like he was at that like goddamn third way retreat at the beginning of the year.
Oh, fun.
Where like a bunch of these centrist pieces of shit went, and they released like this like short report of like, hey, if you want to appeal to conservatives, here are the things you should do in order to win them over.
That's the reason that we're okay. So that there's two people running against Marjorie Taylor Greene in my district. One of them is Sean Harris. Sean Harris is doing that fucking campaign.
Yep.
He is doing you can vote for Trump and vote for me. If you voted for Trump, I want your vote. And then there's Clarence, who's just like, if you voted for Trump, I don't know why I'd be fucking talking to you.
Yeah, exactly. You know?
Like, we obviously have different values if that's the case, and we're gonna stick with our values instead. Like, I'm gonna go with the guy who's friendly with the DSA, and that at this point that's Clarence.
Mm-hmm. Like it's just like there is like this, and they often tend to be like a lot of the Dems in like the upper echelons of power in the party who go this third way route, and I think it's honestly because that's where a lot of the corporate money wants to lead them. You know, they're bought and paid for, and they get more conservative the more they're bought.
It's true. Zaran Joy says, I'm so sick of this appeal to the mythical moderate conservative. Well, so the thing is, there are moderate conservatives. They do exist. The problem is the moderate conservative is a voter. The moderate conservative is not a pundit. They are not a person in power in the political party. They're not any of those people. I don't want to appeal to a moderate conservative. I want to flip a moderate conservative into a leftist. That is my goal. My goal is not to get a moderate conservative to vote for a further left person. My goal is to eliminate the conservative tendencies. That's my goal.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
like,
I see Riverboat Jack just did the DSA command, show the chapter list. If you are watching this on YouTube on my channel afterwards, check the description. The DSA chapter list is also in the description of every video.
Let's go!
Terrain Ambassador says the moderate conservative is a Democrat. That is also true.
I mean, like, it's just that they aren't even interested in attracting, like, moderate conservatives, really. What they're interested in is following what their consultants tell them. You know, the corporate consultants they pay millions of dollars to every year. Like so much money from the 2024 Kamala Harris campaign went to consultants. It's ridiculous. People still don't know where all that money went. And that's because like there is a certain class of political actor in Washington, D.C. where they're like, you don't actually have to know anything about your district or your voters. Just give us a bunch of money and we'll hand feed you all that information. And a lot of people they're like, well, that sounds great. Less time actually having to make calls to constituents to ask for money.
Less time talking to the constituents and trying to figure out what they need.
Mm-hmm.
It's just gross.
It's so gross.
I want to just hate politics, but instead I live in a world where I have to just participate because blood is mandatory.
Yeah, we've been cursed with too much knowledge, and at this point we can't unknow the things we know.
Yep. It's agitating, but it is what it is.
Yep.
And we are here. And I am on the final boss of Final Fantasy III, and I am ready to hate myself.
Good luck.
I've spent this entire stream in the final dungeon.
Oh, no.
I've spent the last 3 days in the final dungeon. I understand why everybody hates the Crystal Spire now. I get it. I understand. This place fucking sucks.
Rest in peace.
There's also that article for the Joe Rogan on the left thing that you send me, but I have not read it.
if you don't have the spoons for it, we can skip that. But like, if you do have the spoons, it is kind of funny.
Well, you know what? Let's pull that up real quick. That is here.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go. Let's go full. Let's go full speculation into Joe Rogan on the leftism. So before we read any of this, I just want to know, for your sake, Jack, what the fuck does the term Joe Rogan on the left mean to you?
I mean, honestly, I don't think that, like, when Democrats say, when a lot of these establishment Democrats talk about like a Joe Rogan of the left, I don't think what they mean is like a meathead who is, you know, like kind of dumb but generally good natured and is gonna be like spouting like, you know, leftist ideas and values, because that's just Hassan, you know, like. And I'm minus.
Yeah, you've just described Hassan Piker.
And like,
well, actually, hold on.
He's not dumb.
I want to offer a tiny bit of pushback on that.
Okay.
The difference between Hassan and Joe Rogan is Joe Rogan doesn't seem to have a lot of his own opinions. He mostly brings on other people to talk about shit, whereas Hassan whether you agree with his opinions or not, he brings a lot of his own opinions to the table when he's not auto playing a video on YouTube and letting his camera look at only a chair.
Yeah, like part of the issue here is that what the establishment Democrats are asking for is effectively a buff, conventionally good-looking yes man to like not push back on any of their opinions and essentially be a funnel for their corporate like politics speak. You know, like that's what they mean when they say a Joe Rogan of the left. And I just don't think that is really a thing that the base of the party wants. You know, like, if they wanted that,
want a meat-headed yes man.
If they wanted that, there are already countless like Democratic podcasts where like people sycophantically agree with like the party line on from the establishment Democrats, where they will glaze Chuck Schumer for being like just a genius for, you know, playing possum
throwing
and
trans people under the bus.
Yeah, and then talk about how great it is to throw trans people under the bus, and like talk about how like no, all that APAC money isn't changing our stance at all when it comes to our foreign entanglements. And like, that's what they want. They want someone who's going to say that, and like people know that that's fake. Like, they know that the mean-tested bullshit that a lot of these establishment Democrats put out is fake, and it comes from a place of fear. They're all too afraid of being a real person and actually having conviction. And so, like, I don't think they actually want like a Joe Rogan of the left type situation. And it's I don't know. It's interesting to see what they're trying to put together here for some of these things.
So,
yeah,
I think for me, when I think of a Joe Rogan of the left, I'm not thinking of a person. I'm thinking more of an idea. And the idea is breaking into the mainstream and going viral. So Joe Rogan's thing is not any one thing that he does, is, or says. His thing is that he's the most popular. Like, he was the most popular podcast for the longest time. And that really was it. When I think Joe Rogan of the left, I am mostly thinking successfully becoming the most popular podcast and then going from there. Like, it's the underpants gnome thing. Step 1, get the Joe Rogan on the left, get the most popular podcast. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, win elections.
Well, but I think it's that. But part of the issue is that a lot of what makes conservative, you know, pundits or talking heads or podcasts go viral is the fact that they are funded by a lot of money from corporate donors, and what would be necessary for that to be equivalent on the left would be for donors on the left to, support streamers, content creators, etc. But the Democrats are way too controlling to let that happen, right? Republicans have just kind of let their base do what they want while throwing a bunch of money at content creators, right? That's how you get Daily Wire. That's how you get, PragerU. That's how you get a lot of these different figures that we all talk about on a daily basis here. And the Democrats are too afraid to throw that money at content creators who might, have a difference of opinion from the party line, because they don't actually want to support a Joe Rogan of the left. What they want is a Joe Rogan of,
of the Democratic Party line.
Yeah, or not even a Joe Rogan of the Democratic Party line, a Joe Rogan of they want a third way Joe Rogan, they want a neoliberal Joe Rogan. And it's they can't give up that desire to control messaging, they've tried it with some liberal TikTokers. I'm trying to remember. They started kind of coming up during the 2024 election, like Juliana Oliveira or something like that. I don't remember her name, but there were some content creators that they were riding hard for the Democrats, but they were incapable of actually bringing to bear any kind of real criticism, any kind of real constructive ideas. And yeah, they want to make the Pod Save America guys cool, and it's just that's not really how any of this works. You can't Oh, sorry.
I think it's also the fact that Joe Rogan is not considered a conservative. He's not the Joe Rogan of the right. He's Joe Rogan, the everyman. That's what the general thought process is on him from most people. He's not seen as a conservative. He's seen as this guy that will talk to anybody and bring anybody in. He's the average Joe, effectively. He's not, obviously. He had a fuck ton of money when he walked in, and he has more money now, but that's what he seems like. He seems like the guy you'd want to talk with at the bar. There's nothing artificial, is what it is. Joe Rogan became the conservative thought piece as a reflection for the conservatives over time, organically. We can't construct a Joe Rogan of the left without a lot of money. But even if we did, we would just end up making a fucking Brett Cooper more than anything.
Yeah.
Because that's what Brett Cooper was. Brett Cooper for the Daily Wire was this hyper artificial, everything is created here so that we can appeal to the young horny teens who want to listen to conservative talking points. It's that bit in Family Guy where Chris joins the young Republicans, and the girl is just like, if you spread all this hate messaging for me, I'll let you touch my boobs. And Chris is just like, do I want that? I don't know if I want that. And she's like, yeah, you want that. It's that. That's what Brett Cooper was.
And still,
of what you think it is,
and still is, by the way. Her channel has something like 2 million subscribers now. It's her that she launched independently of the Daily Wire. It's
after she broke away from the Daily Wire.
Yeah, she's still doing pretty good.
Yeah, you would end up with a Brett Cooper situation where you create this thing and then it gains sentience and runs off on its own after a certain point. And you have to be okay with that happening, because that's what happens with Joe Rogan. He doesn't always toe a party line. I'd argue he never toes a party line. He just leans conservative with most of the guests that he brings on, because people find conspiracy theories interesting, and it makes shit go viral. You bring people like Alex Jones on, everybody's going to go, oh my God, the reasonable person's talking to the guy who is completely fucking insane. Oh my God, blood sports. Like, that's what they're going to see. The thing is, the Democratic Party at large, they don't want that, because that's an uncontrollable monster. That's a nightmare.
They don't.
It's good that it's a nightmare, though.
They don't want someone who's going to be abrasive, who's going to have solid positions supporting like LGBTQ people, and who's going to like defend trans people. They don't want that, because that's too divisive for what, you know, the more conservative end of the Democrats actually want. So like it's kind of like a doomed project from the start. And I think it's kind of emblematic that they want to put up the former DNC chair as like maybe this guy could be the next Joe Rogan. Who gives a shit?
Well, let's take a look at here. Let's read through this a little bit.
If you want
the search for... Oh, go on.
If you want a couple of the highlights, that the first couple paragraphs, the first few paragraphs, and then from the interview.
This isn't a very long article at all. We can just go through it.
Okay, let's go.
Like, honestly, this is itty bitty compared to some of the shit I've tried to read on this channel.
Let's do it.
Have you ever tried reading anything from God, what's his name? Chat. I need help remembering
Curtis
the name
Yarvin?
of the... What's up?
Curtis Yarvin?
No, that too. But God, what is his name? It's the guy who always advocates for conservative Christian values on his blog, and he considers himself a sexologist who can save everybody's marriage despite his at least one-time divorce status.
No, I have no idea who this is.
God, I'm trying. Why am I not able to remember this guy's name? I used to dedicate a Monday segment to reading his blog.
The conservative sexologist.
God, I can't remember. If Sarah Chikorito were in the chat, she would remember right now. Recco says Voldemort. No, it's God, hold on. I am now gonna be stuck on this if I can't remember. Because the entire point of this guy's blog is to try to promote like conservative Christian values, but it always ends up in child marriage is okay and you should violently beat your wife.
Oh God.
Like that's what his shit always ends up leaning into after a while. So the easiest way I can find this is by going content, live, and then let's view the earliest streams I ever did. And we will probably be able to find them there. So 50 rows per page.
Is it called Biblical Gender Roles?
Biblical Gender Roles. That's the one. Biblical Gender Roles. I can't believe I was forgetting his name. I used to do so much content on this fucker.
God.
Yeah, I would read through all of his articles like this the entire time, because this is the voice you use when beating your wife. That's right.
Jesus Christ.
This is what God wants me to do. So, God, Jeopardy says, God, I haven't heard about him in ages. I should. Let me show you what we would have been. Nope, shut up. I don't want to listen to you. We've already done enough, Matt Walsh. Okay, let's find his website. Where's his usual shit?
Oh my God.
Where's his usual shit? He's reformatted his website. God damn it, Larry. Why would you do this? Biblical sexology.
Oh God.
Biblical gender roles. Does he not have his blog set up anymore? Also, yeah, this shit just goes on forever. This is not how his blog used to be set up.
Oh, there's the blog though. There's a blog tab.
Blog. There we go. Okay, let's see here.
A new book.
You don't give steak to baby. Okay. Now I'm just scrolling through this slowly.
Oh god.
I would dedicate an entire stream to just going through and laughing at this guy's articles.
Incredible.
So, I am okay when something is this long. Wait, which one is this one? Former chair. Yep. I am okay when something is this long because this is nowhere near the length of one of his weird ass articles. So,
yeah.
Jesus. Access says the blog is gone. Nope. It's not. It's not gone. It's not gone. The search for a liberal Joe Rogan has led Democrats to an unlikely candidate, Jamie Harrison, the former party chair. I'm gonna be completely honest. I have no idea who the fuck this guy is.
No. We all, everyone knows and loves Jamie Harrison. It's why he's a household name. We all know who he is. You know, everyone's on the streets been talking about who this Jamie Harrison fellow. He's the new hotness. He's a real up and comer. Why I've been on the edge of my seat waiting for Jamie Jamie Harrison's new podcast.
You're gonna make me start doing fucking streams from the gym so I can be the meathead of the
Do it. Oh god.
Okay. So Harrison will launch At Our Table on Thursday. Oh wait, hold on. Let me get this straight. So he's untested.
Yeah, he hasn't done a podcast before. I did read this prior to streaming.
Pre-reader, how dare you engage in pre-in?
But like, it's such a bad name for a podcast. At Our Table.
Have you been listening to At Our Table? No, I haven't. But I'll put my ear on it next time if I need to listen to the sound of rickety wood.
Also, there isn't a video. There isn't like a full episode of it out yet. I was really hoping there would be, but I'm gonna DM you a link to the YouTube channel because there is a 40-second long teaser, and it'd be fun to watch that real quick.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take a teaser.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Then again, like Saki's been laying next to me this whole time, so there's already a teaser pretty much right there. But...
Aw.
Okay, let's take a look at this.
Welcome to At Our Table with Jamie Harrison.
Okay, his sound balancing sucks.
Also, like, I'm sorry, this is not like we're 3 seconds in, and this is not a compelling individual I would call at any point remotely close to the Joe Rogan of the left. But okay.
Here are the ground rules. This is family talk. Straight talk with leaders, activists, and friends from across the country. You know, my grandfather used to tell me...
I'm so glad he's got 84 subscribers. He's doing his best. Like, I'm making fun of him, but I would be okay going on his show and having a conversation. Because, like, I'm in two camps, right? I'm in camp one. That's funny. I'm going to make fun of it. But I'm also in camp two. But in the off chance it works, I'll do everything in my power to help.
I mean,
like I'm in both those camps.
That being said, he is the former head of the DNC, and I do not trust him.
Are you saying that we've been burned by Democrats before? That's so weird.
Yeah, I'm saying I think that he might kind of be some kind of rat fink or something. I don't know. I don't trust him.
I don't trust him, but I'd be willing to have a conversation with him if I think it would be productive.
Oh yeah, I just don't think
I
don't think he would ever want to have a conversation with me. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. But you know, maybe if I was wrong, if he reached out, I would definitely talk. I'm happy to.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I might even reach out to him.
Okay.
Hell, what's the worst thing that can happen? I'm actively involved in a Democratic campaign in my area. I've been involved in the Bowman campaign briefly or not the direct campaign, but canvassing for when we were all up in New York.
Mm-hmm.
I've got experience here in at least some variety talking about this shit on YouTube for 7 years. I probably have one or two things to say, maybe.
I mean, when I got back from college, I don't want to hear all that fancy talk. Speak it plain. What that means is I'm going to push our guests, but they're going to push me.
I feel like if you say speak it plain and then you have to follow it up with an explanation, you didn't do that.
Yeah.
I think it's okay to like say something you think is a perfectly reasonable and basic statement and then not follow it up with explanatory measures, because then people can fill in the blanks on what they think you mean, and then they can come to their own conclusions, usually in the positive when you say a positive statement, because that's kind of a basic thing about human psychology that you should probably know if you're going to be a content creator. It's like one of the main things Asmongold has been using in the negative, where he'll say, "Oh yeah, you know, Nick has been in the news. You know which Nick?" And you're just like, "Man, I know you're talking about Nick Fuentes, but shut up." Like, the fill in the blank thing is a pretty common psychological thing you should probably lean into more often. But okay.
Let's get to the heart of the issues. At our table, we can discuss ideas candidly. At our table, everyone is welcome. But at our table, there's no bullshit. We tell it like it is.
Why was it censored in the closed captioning?
It was too spicy. He's a no nonsense fellow, and
at our table we're gonna tell it like it is.
Yeah, and at our table we have to censor our swears.
Like, I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors, and if this works, this works, and I'd be willing to help out in every way I can. But like, at the same point, I'm not convinced from the 40-second trailer.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. Wait. I wanted to see the rest of the outro. Okay, thank you.
You're talking about the outro that was specifically made in Adobe Premiere Pro and bought on Fiverr?
Yes.
Because I'm fairly certain I've seen that as a stock thing on Fiverr.
Oh, I bet it is. But is it worse than the Daily Blueprint? I genuinely can't even begin to answer that question. Are you familiar with the Daily Blueprint?
No, I'm not, but I'm ready to be informed.
Oh God, on the official Democrat YouTube channel, they have a show called The Daily Blueprint, and it's really fucking bad.
Okay.
I just want to take a look here. Let me take a look. So the Democrats' YouTube channel, like the official YouTube channel of the Democratic Party, has 86,000 subscribers, and their Daily Blueprint videos get like 400, 1,000. Like they are not putting out content that is activating the base, we'll say. It kind of makes me sad.
It's why you don't do. Okay, so this is the issue. This is the issue. I think you and I both can probably agree that what the right wing did is they did not create the Republican Party of blank anything.
Mm-hmm.
What they did is they took people who already wanted to do this shit organically. Your Laura Chens, your Tim Pools, your Matt Walshes, your Ben Shapiro's, and they fucking pumped money into it. If you're the one surviving Koch brother, you pumped your money into PragerU.
It's
Rest
true.
in piss. So what they've largely done is they've taken creators and given them the funding to do things that enable the party. You don't do it the other way around. You don't try to create a creator. That doesn't work. And when you do, they then get a taste of power and freedom, and then they break away, and you get Brett Cooper all over again. So, if you want a successful version of this, you find, you know what you do? You find a Destiny, you find a Vosh, you find a Hassan Piker, you find somebody who is big and established, and you just jam fucking money at it.
Yep.
That's what you do, because that's what the right did.
Yep. And the issue is they are uninterested in doing that, because then they wouldn't be able to control messaging as much as they want to.
Throw that money at Secular Talk, throw that money at Sam Cedar, throw that money at somebody who has a proven track record of doing the thing that you're trying to get them to do. And if they go off the rails, accept that as a risk of doing business.
Yep. And like, I don't know, the Majority Report and Hassan Piker are like two platforms absolutely primed for that. Like, I don't know that like again, because they are, you know, farther left than establishment Dems want, like I don't know that they would ever touch them with that kind of support. And honestly, it would probably be pretty destructive to like the brands of both those properties, you know?
Also, Actual Jake, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream?
Hi, Actual Jake.
We're getting corned on while talking about the Joe Rogan of the left-ism meme.
Cornhole.
I like corn. It has the juice. It has the juice.
God.
Paige Walters is corn. Yeah, we love cornholio here. We also need TP for our bunghole. Axo says Jake and Jack in one stream. Well, technically, it's Jake's audience. I'm sure Jake has gone to take a shit and get high. That is probably probably at the same time, honestly. I mean, we all have our vices, and that's a perfectly reasonable one in today's everything. Oh, Jasta says he was already high. You mean more high? Look, I cannot fault a man for engaging in the pure euphoria that is vacating one's bowels while also taking a drag. I can't even fault somebody for making that decision. If he were to make that decision. I have no evidence that he is making that decision. But in a world where he was, can you imagine the Ethan Klein head explosion if the DNC backed Hassan?
Oh, he would turn into like a black hole. He'd implode.
Of course, the DNC would never back Hassan because the DNC is largely okay with the genocide of Palestinians, as they've made quite evident.
Yep.
So, you know. Aquaball says, smoking and shitting. I am somehow reminded of the weird VTuber era where you would just ask random VTuber women, do you shit and or fard? Weird times. I don't like the timeline we're in. Anyway, as a quote that Harrison told Semaphore this week, said, civic education in America is at an all-time low. Yeah, you're right. It's largely because we're not funding our public education very well, like, at all. But yeah, that's the problem. It's really important to start educating people about these processes that are so important in terms of determining who our leaders will be. It's not that I disagree, but like, that's not the same thing as doing the Joe Rogan thing, because Joe Rogan doesn't think of himself as an educator. He doesn't put himself up to be an educator. It literally is, here's this dumb guy who gets high and talks to other people about shit they care about, and then asks Jamie to Google things for him. Like, that's what Joe Rogan's show is.
Also, like, nothing about Jamie Harrison's show has indicated that it's at all about teaching people civics.
No, it's about we're going to have candid conversations at our table. Oh, okay. That's different than education. That's just talking. And like, that's not saying talking can't educate people. It certainly can, but that's not what you seem to have set out to do, but that's what you're telling people you set out to do. See, the first episodes of At Our Table put Harrison next to 2024 Vice President nominee Tim Walz, Wes Moore, and James Clyburn and Hunter Biden.
Yep.
So his first episode is not going to be with any one person. It's going to be with like 4 other people who all have fucking power.
No, the first episodes. So those are like the guest lineup for the launch of this podcast.
Okay. I mean, it's cool that Tim Walz and Hunter Biden are going to be on here. It's weird that the only people he could talk to for his candid conversation about educating people on things that are important, ostensibly the everymen who need to be educated on these things, the only people he's talking about are like established Democratic powers.
Oh yeah,
with the exception of Hunter Biden, but that's a JFK situation.
But also, like, the thing is, if you wanted to actually try and build like a Joe Rogan, even for like the neoliberal left, what you would have to do is you'd have to have on people that like normal folks are interested in listening to. Like, I don't know how many like normies are actually all that interested in what the Maryland governor has to say or what James Clyburn has to say. Like, if you are not like politically brain poisoned, which is ostensibly like you want to go after those people, if you want a Joe Rogan of the left situation, or even just like an influential podcast situation, like you'd want to like I don't know, have what's that guy's name? He does the show Star Talk. He has like a little mustache. He talks about space. You know who I'm talking about, right?
Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, you have him on. Have like, I don't know, like an archaeologist who specializes in Incan tombs. You know, like how you would want to have like just like out of left field topics to throw in there, because like normal people love hearing about shit like that.
That's the reason that Joe Rogan fans tend to also be good with Bernie Sanders without knowing jack shit about any of his policies, is because Joe Rogan has had Bernie Sanders on his show, despite the fact that we on the left look at Joe Rogan as a guy who largely amplifies conservative voices. But when he brings in people like Bernie to talk to, you get people to go, you know, the Dems are all corrupt, but Bernie's kind of all right, because they've had a fucking chance to listen to Bernie. That's what you do. You're right. You get a bunch. You know what? I'm gonna explain this in a way that I think Dems can understand. You get Chat GPT.
Oh no.
To tell you who the most popular trending people are right now. And your first few shows should not be with Tim Walz and James Clyburn. Your first shows should be with whoever the fuck that thing spits out.
You know, by the way, that this is 1000% what Democrats would do. Like that's 1000%. If they were taking like this Joe Rogan of the left thing seriously, that is 1000% what they would do.
That's why I'm explaining it in the Paige Wilder says, why not Google Trends? Because Google Trends is something that you have to actually look into. You have to look at data. I am giving them a foolproof, zero work, zero effort, zero investment solution that I do not trust at all, but will still yield better results than what they're doing.
Yeah, and also you have to get into the mind of the neoliberal within the Democratic Party. They don't want to spend time thinking and looking at trends when they have the super powered tech bro device in their hands that they can just ask any question and it will give them information that is unambiguously true, never fact check it once ever. And it's the new super tech taking over everything. It's going to revolutionize the world. just don't look at it about any mistakes or possible holes in your brain, or anything it might do to atrophy your thought process, or make you think that you're a god.
That shit is wild, by the way. Like, I'm okay with using large language models for things that they are good for, as long as you can use them ethically. Like, obviously, don't fucking use them to write your essay. Don't fucking use them to generate an image for you that an artist should be making, because art is a goddamn human expression that is largely unique to us. And we should keep it that way. That's a thing that we should continue to do. But, like, let's say that you're tagging a video on YouTube. Probably one of the best tools you have is just getting a large language model to tag the video. You're just doing manual data scraping at that point anyway. And honestly, that's not part of your fucking creative process. Tagging your video is a thing that was imposed on you by Google. That's not part of your creative process, I promise you.
Like, I just want people to understand that, like, you shouldn't even, like, talk to these chatbots. Like,
no,
there is now, like, an epidemic of, like, people who talk to these chatbots so long that they, like, become convinced that they themselves have become new gods, or that they awoke sentience within the AI. I watched a clip the other day on my show about with the founder of Uber, talking about how he gets up at like 4 o'clock in the morning and just spends hours talking with his chat GPT or Grok.
Why would you not talk with fucking people?
But because he likes talking with it so that he can, I don't know, go down he says this, he talks about going down a rabbit hole with quantum physics. And like he like prods the edges of what is known about quantum physics, and he's almost made a few breakthroughs. And I cannot stress enough that the co-founder of Uber doesn't have any educational background in quantum physics and has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. And it's just like this stuff is like killing people on a fundamental level, and I don't think people realize it yet.
You mentioned the causing holes in the brain. That's something we've actually been seeing a lot of studies come out showing that people who engage with generative AI a lot, their ability to think about things does just kind of atrophy. I was talking about this with a friend of mine, a director for the game that I voiced in. And our conversation was about like what are the actual ethical uses of large language models, what things can be done, because the right wing is capitalizing on this technology all the goddamn time, and they're using it to get edges in, again, the areas that are not part of our creative processes, search engine optimization, largely. They're using this technology to help them in those regards. What are the ethical ways that we can use the weapons of our enemy? And a point was given to me, which I largely agree with. AI makes people who are bad at something, good at something very quickly, but then they never improve past that point. Whereas learning a skill makes somebody good at something very slowly, but then they can continue to get better and better and better and better and better and better at it. Far better than that large language model is ever going to be able to fucking be.
And honestly, I don't even know that it makes people good at anything really quickly. Like I don't see the utility in it. It's wrong so often. It's crazy. It like literally lies to you.
So as an example, let's say that you're learning coding and you use a large language model to produce code. And that code works. Say that it works. It doesn't always, but it works. You've now produced something faster than you would have before, in the 1 in 10 chance that it actually gets the code right. However, have you learned anything about commenting? Have you learned anything about making sure that your code is going to be able to function with other codes in a website or in any language that you're writing? You haven't learned any of that stuff, but you've gotten, quote, you've gotten good. You've produced a thing very quickly, but you've not learned a skill. You've not gained a skill. You've just managed to get a thing produced quickly. I think that's probably closer to what I would mean. It makes you better at producing something faster, but you don't necessarily gain the skill to produce it. So somebody who has that skill is going to always be 12 bajillion times better than you. You're marginally better than you were before you started, but you're not actually better at a thing.
I mean, like, I think the issue is that you need to know enough to be able to check your work. And at a certain point, if you're getting something to code for you rather than just typing it yourself, you're just duplicating the effort. That's kind of my thing. Like, if you, like, for example, you have ChatGPT write an essay, you need to know enough about what you are supposed to be writing about so you can fact check that it doesn't just lie or add crazy shit in there. And it kind of applies to that.
Hallucinations is a real thing.
Yeah, and also, like, with coding, like, you need to know what the fuck you're doing if it's going to be at all useful to anyone, or if it's going to, like, lock into anything. You need to be able to, like, check that shit for being able to work. And it just, I don't think the burden of checking it is worth, like, the actual, I don't know, like, there's, like, an entire, like, blowback now of, like, companies having to rehire for positions they fired in order to replace with AI because the AI is just not reliable enough.
Well, again, that's the thing with, you can get one idiot to produce 10 programs using AI, and that's going to seem like they're doing really well, but it's a Warlock's Faustian bargain. You haven't, like, okay, you're familiar with RPG tropes.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Warlock versus the Wizard. How does a Warlock get his power? They ask a demon, they get some power in a deal, but that deal usually always comes at some great cost. How does a Wizard get its power? They study, they learn, they get all this kind of stuff. In the upper echelons of power in most RPGs, the Wizard can eventually get world-ending abilities, and the Warlock has to ask pretty please and then bend over backwards to maybe get a little, like, an ounce more power than he had at the beginning.
Yeah,
unless you're playing specifically an RPG game where there's a leveling system and therefore you have to gamify that bit. Generally speaking, the Warlock gets power very quickly, and then it undoes them. The Wizard gets power very slowly, but they end up far more powerful than the Warlock could ask for. That's what the ChatGPT thing is to me. There's the Warlock that wants to do none of the work and get everything done very, very quickly, and they're using the large language models for that. And then there's the people who are willing to put in the work, willing to learn, willing to get a skill, and they're always going to be able to produce better and more over time.
But that is all dependent on the AI being able to actually create something that works. And for the vast majority of cases, like, it can't. Like, it can create something that might work in isolation, but, like, we're never really coding something just in isolation. It's always going to be, like, locked into other things. And, like, if you don't know what you're doing and need to, like, check it for errors all the time, like, you gotta like, you're better off just coding it from scratch.
You're gonna have to know enough about coding to begin with in order to do that.
Yeah.
No, and I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
It just seems like it, especially when you then start taking into account, like, these things, like, will make up shit about history or make up citations, and then you add that into,
or they'll call themselves Mecha Hitler.
Yeah, and then you add that into, like, how they are, like, formulating, like, their code. Like, I feel like the issue compounds itself because, like, if an AI makes a mistake in writing an essay, like,
and now that's the essay that the AI is going to be scraping in the future. You've now polluted you've now polluted what's actually available there. We've actually seen that as well from the generative image AIs. Have you noticed that when people have been generating images lately with AI, there's, like, this brown grain that is consistent in a lot of the generation, and it gets worse and worse over time because the AI keeps scraping the same fucking images over and over again. And because those images can be produced so quickly with generative AI, there's more of it in the wild for AI to scrape.
Yeah, it just, like, that's why Warlocks blow up occasionally. I think, yeah.
the warlock got a large language model to give them their power, and they exploded.
Yeah, and it's just like I think that there's I just don't see utility when there are people who have the skill sets to do this already. I just don't like if you need to constantly be looking over your shoulder to check that this thing isn't going to like completely fuck you. I don't think it's worth it.
I can understand that. I will say outside of coding, which can have some use cases, there is one large use case for it that actually has been proven. Things like DNA sequencing.
Yeah.
When we are trying to do like a repetitive task like that a billion times very quickly, like machine learning in general.
Yeah.
Is a very wonderful tool for stuff like that.
Absolutely.
It is a technology. It's a technology that has use cases. The problem is not that the technology exists at all. The problem is that we live in a world right now where people like Elon Musk turn it into fucking AI girlfriends and try to treat it as a one-stop shop for everyone, for all of their information. The worst meme on the goddamn internet right now is Grok context.
What is that?
Wait, you don't.
Wait. No. Is that them asking like Grok? What's the context for this?
For everything.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen that.
Never asking real people. Never having a conversation with a person. It's always Grok context.
Well, it's because again, these
Grok context.
These AI chatbots are built to flatter fragile people's egos, and like that is a dangerous slope when you put someone with an ego that fragile in a room with something that is built only to flatter them. It's what leads them to like having mental breakdowns or like leaving their actual flesh and blood families to like just fixate on this AI. Like it breaks people's brains. It's hard for us to not like impose human traits on something that is wielding language, but I think that I find it particularly insidious. I hate it so much.
I definitely wish we lived in a world that does not have it. I also feel like as a tool, it is something that is being wielded by our enemies, and until we get to the point where that tool consistently implodes on them, as opposed to us just having a handful of instances where it does, like the Mike Lindell case where briefs were written in AI, and that's not a thing you fucking do. Until that is happening all the time, finding ways to leverage the weapon of our enemies, I think is still an okay thing to do.
Oh, yeah, I'm okay with it being used to like fuck up tip lines.
Absolutely.
Like,
have your AI generate like 12 billion different things to report. Like, I think there's an illegal immigrant family over on Weston Chandler in Chattahoochee.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what that place is, but you're definitely reading it, wasting your time.
Like, I'm okay with it being weaponized against the people who want to use it to control and destroy us. I'm fine with that.
That's where I'm okay with. Like, you use it as a tool to undo the people who have tried to use it as a tool to undo us.
Yeah.
But that usually means we're going to have to find other, like you mentioned, using it to flood tip lines. That means we're going to have to use it in ways that are very, very different from the ways that it was intended to be used by the people who built it. Honestly, trying to treat it as a fucking one-stop shop to all the information in the world is the absolute worst use case of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And yet that is the one that most people seem to gravitate towards more than anything.
Yep. Oh, God. I see you scroll down to the part where Jamie Harris said, I had to remember his goddamn name. We were talking about it like 5 minutes ago.
Because we forgot who he is that quickly.
Yeah, the part here, this and the next question were like the most interesting parts of this for me. God.
Let's see here. I got a chance to get to know Hunter a lot over the last 4 years. I don't know if you remember, but back in the day when I was South Carolina Democratic Party chair, I had this little series called Chair Chats. No, I don't.
No one remembers that.
I don't remember that. In Chair Chats, we talked about moving past caricatures. And in many ways, I think Hunter Biden has become a caricature in politics. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people don't know how smart he is, don't know his background, don't know the stuff he's worked on. Am I doing the South Carolina accent justice, or am I just being very, very mean?
I think you're doing great.
They only know what either his allies or his enemies have put out there, and he's been defined. I just realized that I sound like a bad used car salesman from the South. That's what this voice is. That's what this is. This baby can fit so many of my lies in it.
Also, just no. The only thing anyone knows about Hunter Biden these days is that he has a ginormous penis.
Laptop. Well, the only reason we know he has a ginormous penis is because my representative thought it was a good idea to show porn in the congressional floor.
Yep. Again, I don't like all of the attempts to sink Hunter Biden. It's just like, y'all are insecure about his dick size.
But he's got a bigger dick than you.
Yeah.
But he's got a bigger dick than you. Like that's what you're upset about. That's why none of you want the government to fund phalloplasty. You're upset that trans girls got it first. Or sorry, trans men got it first in that case. There might be some trans women who go for phalloplasty. They're just like, you know what? Everything up here, fine. Everything down there, horsecock. There's probably at least a few people.
Oh shit. I just want to share this from one of my chats. My department invested in an AI-powered CT scan machine, which can report the images within few minutes of the scan. During the trial run, it marked both kidneys as malignancies. Hot damn.
It's not a good use case for the fucking tech. This is like, do you remember when the blockchain was the talk of the town for everybody?
I do.
There's a tech that I can't find a single fucking use case for. I can't. I just can't. What is the point of burning down the Amazon rainforest to do high-level calculus to produce a number?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just
okay, but remember when VR was all the rage? But that VR was actually fun. VR was actually kind of cool. Beat Saber slapped.
I used my VR headset twice.
I really liked Beat Saber. It was fun to bounce around.
As your Kingdom Hearts boy says, until we got to VR chat. Okay, VR chat. There was a dark moment in my life where VR chat was some of the only human exposure I got because I didn't know anybody around me. So I would spend like 3 to 4 hours a day on VR chat, and then I landed a job through VR chat.
Oh hell yeah.
Not really.
Oh.
It was voicing over one of those like top 10 YouTube channels. Like top 10 things that Dude Perfect did and shit. Stuff that I just did not care about. But I got paid like $7 to $10 per script I read, so I was largely okay with it. It meant I had to do every single video like this, which gets really grating after a while.
I bet.
But it still feels weird to say I did VR chat and it landed me a job, and then years later the guy who I worked for started going off the rails about how Mr. Beast was trying to hunt and kill him.
Okay.
The internet's a weird place. The internet's a very weird place.
You know, out of all the people I have heard of and who are celebrities, I would believe that Mr. Beast would play a real life version of the Most Dangerous Game.
So Avocado Animation's video on Mr. Beast is still his video series on Mr. Beast is still one of the best things on the internet. I tried to get 1,000 people sight again. but that was lame. So now I'm gonna blind 1,000 people.
Did you ever see the Dropout TV? The Make Some Noise episode about Mr. Beast. There's like a bit about Mr. Beast and bear fucking.
No,
oh,
I did not.
It's just I gave 10 people $2 million to watch me fuck a bear, and it's just like different scenarios of diminishing returns for people being paid to watch Mr. Beast do things with various animals, and it's very funny.
Jesus Christ.
I got 100 people to get into a submersible to go deep under the ocean to watch me fuck a squid. just
Jimmy, I don't think you should be doing this, Jimmy.
All right.
Well, I beat the Cloud of Darkness in Final Fantasy III, so now I've got that childhood monkey off of my back.
Oh, hell yeah. Congrats.
Yay. It was weird that I was able to autopilot that fight that's supposed to be so goddamn hard. I died once and it figured out the boss's pattern and said, oh, okay, it just casts one spell. Huh. Neat.
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
It just casts Particle Beam, and it does like 1,500 damage to the whole party. So you just cast Kirija on the whole party, and you do nothing but that. You just do that over and over again, and the boss dies. That was difficult. Colin, I paid 3 dudes $5 to watch me jork it. Recco, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Jesse, we need to get the squid, Jesse.
Oh God.
I think we're done with this thing.
No, there's one more part. You were right on it. The follow up to the Hunter Biden, the next part. There we go.
Okay. The Democrats now.
Nope.
Oh, is this one right here?
Yeah, there you go.
Hunter Biden says in the interview is that Democrats lost the election because we did not remain loyal to the leader of the party. Who the fuck is the leader of the party of the Democrats? Who's the leader? Is it the DNC chair? Is it Joe Biden? Is it Kamala Harris?
Yep. All of the above.
Who's
leadership.
The fucking leader?
All of them. They're all leaders.
I hate, with all of my hate, that lack of loyalty is the reason why you see people wavering within the base.
Yep.
No, there's nobody to be loyal to.
Well, that's the thing. It's the treatment that loyalty is expected without being earned. You know, like none of us know who Jamie Harrison is. What has Jamie Harrison ever done for like the people of the United States? I have no fucking idea. Like what loyalty was earned here when you have like from trans people, when you have like Democratic politicians talking about like throwing trans people under the bus. You know, like Joe Biden saw us. He didn't do shit for us though. Like congrats. Plenty of people see us. Thanks.
He did one thing. He did disable the trans military ban, which
that's true.
Which is one of the fastest ways to get HRT and most reliable ways to get affordable HRT for many people in the United States. And it's one of the reasons why there's a higher representation per capita of trans people in the military than there are of cis people. Because it's one of the easiest paths to HRT. So like that is one thing he did, and I am willing to say that is one thing I'm okay with him doing. There.
I mean, it's just such a low bar to like return to the status quo from pre-Trump. You know?
But don't you remember that Harry Potter Harry Potter is the liberal manifesto, and I'm not even saying that as a goddamn joke. What is the story of Harry Potter? It is one kid entering into a world, getting power, recognizing that the status quo is being disrupted, and returning the world back to the status quo.
And that's
the story of Harry Potter, and becoming a cop. Like that's the story of Harry Potter. He becomes a cop and he returns the world to a status quo.
And don't forget, then I think in the Fantastic Beasts movie, it's implied that the wizard version of Super Hitler was actually trying to stop the Holocaust. That was the thing that J.K. Rowling did. Yeah.
Life's great.
Yep.
Life's fantastic. So no, that's when I say that I've seen the memes of like Harry Potter's a liberal manifesto, but it never clicked to me until like a year ago. I was like, oh, this is the story of one guy becoming a super cop and taking the world back to the status quo. Like that's what the story is. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's the liberal manifesto. Wasn't the world better a week ago? Let's go back to a week ago, whereas the conservatives wasn't the world better 50 years ago? Let's go back to 50 years ago. Neither of them can conceptualize a better world in general. They just conceptualize the world they lived in a little while ago.
Given the fact that there's some speculation that the growing black mold on J.K. Rowling's walls may have influenced her writing of these books, maybe through a different lens, one could interpret it as the story of fungal growth being able to articulate itself for the first time.
So it's just that one episode of Love, Death, and Robots where the yogurt bargains to take over Ohio.
I've never seen Love, Death, and Robots. That sounds really badass. I like it. I have no idea what you're talking about, but the sentence you just said was so utterly insane that I love it.
You should watch Love, Death, and Robots. You would really enjoy it.
Okay.
Every episode is an isolated commentary on something.
Hell yeah.
And the yogurt one was if memory serves, the yogurt one is basically a commentary on automation and AI. That's what it is. Could J.K. Rowling and Asmongold be part of this one contiguous organism?
That's what I'm saying.
It reaches over the pond and it just goes, I need him to lose a tooth. I need him to hate the taste of water. And he needs to let people get him gear in World of Warcraft to become popular.
Look, all I'm saying is that slime mold is suspiciously intelligent. You cannot kill me in any way that matters.
Mycelium Asmongold Rowling. Asmonmold. Is Penguin Zero the penicillin then? Oh, Charlie? I find him far better than Asmongold, but there are some takes of his that I really dislike.
I don't know why people
still find him far better than Charlie.
I don't know why people put these content creators on intellectual pedestals. Like I don't understand why go to these people for your political takes. It's like going to the bakery and asking for can you buy like the latest equipment from Radio Shack there?
Can you? But hold on, if you're going to the bakery, you need to go to the bakery like JD Vance did. Hey, can I get a donut? I don't know, the flavor that everybody likes.
How long have you
been working here?
Well, standing 10 feet away from the counter.
How long have you been working here? Okay, good. What's your name? Okay, good. For a fucking week, I couldn't stop saying "okay, good" in his cadence.
He did sound like the kind of guy who is trying to lure one of those employees into a van. Like.
Are you saying that JD Vance is a skinwalker?
Kinda, yeah.
Hello, Earthanoid. What flavors of donut do you depart with?
You have all these attractive cushions laying around, not being put to use.
Okay, good.
Oh, God.
Jet says, "Stop being so entertained. Yeah, you can go to bed." Okay, good. Paige says, "I can only think of one instance where Charlie has a bad take." So my instance of his bad take, and I haven't seen everything he's done, but the one bad take from him that I took umbrage with was when he was on his like get politics out of video games rant. And I'm just sitting there going, there has never been a point in time ever where politics have not been a part of video games. You cannot isolate a moment in history where that was not the case, where they were either not part of the development of video games or part of the story of video games. The fucking politics behind how Tetris came to America, the fucking history behind how Tennis for Two versus Pong versus some other third idea award for what was going to be the technical first video game that we all used as our like nomenclature for first video game. All of that is undoubtedly the same conversation as we would have in politics. Like that's all politics in video games. That's not to even include the actual stories in the video games. Why is Bowser kidnapping Peach besides the fact that he loves her? That feels like something that would destabilize a monarchy. That's politics. Metal Gear Solid, there's no way you can't talk about that and not talk about politics. Half the Final Fantasies
fucking
are about
Missile Command.
Yeah, Missile Command, like half the Final Fantasies are about overthrowing a government or a usurper to a throne. And that's all politics? Like, I'm sorry, but
I don't know.
That's
like,
why
you can't even make the argument like don't put blatant propaganda in games, because like I don't know, in the Mario games you're literally curb stomping a monarchy. Like I just
on behalf of another monarchy.
Yeah, on behalf of another monarchy. You're basically a mercenary for hire. You're a plumber.
Like, you can find instances of video games that don't have a political message or don't have a political history. You can do that. But the fact is, video games as a whole, as a cultural icon, have had political involvement from the beginning till now. And I say this with full confidence because the project I dedicated my entire senior year to in high school was on the history of video games. I had to build a website on any topic that I wanted, and then I had to present the website as if I was giving it to an investor, because I was in the Academy of Information Technology class for my high school. So I did history of video games from the fallout of the Tennis for Two versus the Pong versus other arguments, going all the way into the modern day, dealing with the Jack Thompson incidents during the Grand Theft Auto saga, for anybody who remembers him before he got disbarred. Like, there has never been a point in time. There has never been a point in time where we have had a political video gamescape.
Wait a minute. Have you considered that when someone is saying a game is political, that it's gay people they're talking about? Or women?
Have you considered that actually we should be blaming id Software for the Columbine shootings?
You know what?
Because they created replicas of their school in the Doom engine to practice for shooting up their school. So video games cause violence.
And that's not political.
Not at all, no.
Mm-mm.
It's... Paige says, wasn't it a myth? It doesn't matter. The conversation is about it being part of our cultural mythos and our cultural story around video games.
Also,
and
like,
therefore...
Also, like, there are like games that have like recreated like mass shootings or like done like recreate political assassinations for fun. Like that's something that games do.
Like Call of Duty Modern Warfare in one of the most famous missions of the entire franchise, the sniper mission. Like that one.
Or like there's a particularly infamous like Flash game called like Super Columbine Massacre.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know, like people make shit like that.
Yeah, but don't worry. Get the politics out of games. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but get the politics out of games.
Oh well, yeah. Get the women and gays out of games. There we go. Problem solved. You know, all video games will just be buff dudes flexing at each other, and that's not political at all.
There's nothing. There's, again, like the moment in the Dresden Files where Dresden is talking to the Merlin. I didn't intend for that to come off as homoerotic as I did. That's the only thing that would ever be allowed to be said by any of those buff dudes flexing at each other. Didn't mean it to be gay, bro. That's okay, bro. It's not gay, bro. Can I suck your dick, but not in a gay way, bro? That's all it would be.
Yep.
Jassa says, "Oh, but Cirrus, Papers, Please has no politics in it." You're right. Papers, Please, noted apolitical game. It's not a story of any historical event that happened ever. Exactly. Necrochild says, what is Tristan Burrs going on about it? Oh, I am convinced that when we had our conversation on large language models and AI bots, that one of them manifested themselves into the chat and they've just been spouting random nonsense for the past 10 minutes. That's what I'm assuming Tristan Burrs is. I believe that we spoke the devil into existence. The fact that I think there are some use cases for LLMs does not mean that I want one of them in my chat randomly screaming. I'm sorry. You can go away now. Now that it's been mentioned, can Amon deal with it? Well, the thing is, they haven't done anything. Like,
sometimes
just said random shit.
Sometimes there are just people in my chat who say random shit, and I'm like, I don't understand a goddamn lick of that, but you are seeming to be actively malicious. So
yeah, like that's just, it's okay for them to just scream their head off for no reason. Because that's just engagement for both me and Jack at the same time. That's okay.
You have Harold the right to post random shit if you want to.
Harold Brown just, or Harold Elbowman finished the quote for the Harry Dresden book, balls. Vice. The fact that somebody asked me, like, I've gone through the books and I don't remember that moment. This was yesterday. Somebody was like, I don't remember that moment. Can you tell me the exact book this happened in? And I'm just like, yeah, I can direct you to Harry Dresden telling the Merlin he didn't mean to get so homoerotic with him. I can direct you to that moment in the books again. Because that's the one me and Saki are on right now.
Oh, you beautiful babies. No, none of you did anything wrong. You're all wonderful.
Every one of you is great unless you have low self-esteem, in which case you're more than great. You're awesome. Unless that self-esteem is well-deserved, in which case I don't know where to go with this. Seek therapy.
All right. I think we're done with this article.
I think we are. I think we've milked about as much of this as Jordan Peterson will let us.
The milkman cometh.
Harold Elbowman says, I can pretty much chapter and verse that for you. You're in for so much. Oh, Harold, I've read all of the Dresden books already. This is my second time through. You're not going to introduce anything to me.
Konami the Elfer, you're fine. No, we weren't talking about you. Y'all good.
Brecco says, I've upped you by a few more times. What? Upped me by what? Oh, we get a new book we get a new book in 2026. I am excited for 12 months. I really want to read it because I back-to-backed every single book in this goddamn series. And I don't have any more books to back-to-back in this series until that book comes out. And the Halo series disappointed me. So I'm happy to continue reading this one again until I find another one to dig into later.
Oh. All right. I gotta go to bed, Cirrus. It's 3 a.m. I'm sleepy.
It is definitely EP time for you. I understand. Yeah. And on that note, I will also be ending my stream out, which means I need to send everybody here elsewhere They've all got to go away now. Every one of you. Let me see where I'm throwing all of you. Well, definitely not to Riverboat Jack. That would be counterproductive.
Yep. I'm just going to be sending these fine folks someplace else.
You know what? Proton John is streaming, and she just came out as trans like 3 weeks ago. So,
oh hell yeah,
we'll send love her way. We'll send love to Claire's way.
Congrats, Proton John.
See, Harold says it's absolutely worth listening to. Oh, every audiobook is done by every Dresden audiobook is done by James Marsders, and it's a goddamn treat. I agree. But thank you for joining Riverboat Jack. I appreciate you being here. It's been great.
Lovely to talk to you as always.
Yeah, it is now time for me to fuck off the internet. Except not specifically in the way that people are going to draw those words I said.
Oh boy. Good night, Cyrus.
See ya.
Woo! How we doing, folks? How we doing? 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 Burr, burr, burr. How we doing? How we doing? Look, I have to talk to you for a little bit before we go to bed. Just like a little short thing. How do I end the collab part of the stream? I don't know. I don't know how we do this. Da, 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 da. How do I do this? Okay. Well, I think the raid happened. So now we're back into normal territory on Twitch. Chat, why you all taking it so personal that I say sometimes people come in and post random shit? You know that doesn't apply to 99.9% of you, but like 12 of you freaked out. It's all good. When I say that, I'm talking about the people who post like flip flar flare blah, and then they follow it up with black blah, blah, and then like just like one word that has nothing to do with anything that anyone else is saying. You know, look, all I'm saying is, guys, a lot of you felt called out in a way I did not intend. Was that me? No. Don't lie about your objectives. I never do. Doing great, playing Cyberpunk the first time. Hell yeah. Bleep, blurp, glorp, beep, boop. Indeed. Konami the Alpha, you know I think your chats are delightful. Oh, wooga! Also, let's fix this problem here. Boop. There we go. Now we're back to normal. Now we're cooking in style. There we go. Still stunning at 4 a.m. Thank you. It's because I did my makeup. Also, I just want to read out some of the chats that got eaten up by the some of the subs and donos that got eaten up by the fact that I had alerts disabled. So, first off, thank you for the $2 super chat, Quigley. Jack, do you believe in the freedom song? And I don't know what that means. I believe in freedom and I believe in singing, but I don't know what the freedom song is. One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $2 super chat. Sounds like a GoFundMe. I donate. I'm assuming that's to make a Joe Rogan of the left. I don't think we can do that with a GoFundMe, but I appreciate the gumption. Ariadne, thank you for becoming a member over on YouTube and for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. And One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $10 super chat. Hi, just got off the phone with my mom. It was great. Yeah, she's a genocide PDF defending racist, but I got to speak frankly to her, and she helped me solidify my position as a radical leftist, which, you know, I'm glad that that was helpful for you. That's great. The podcast thing, yeah, thinking we might fund a thing organically. Well, here's the great thing. You all already are kind of funding a podcast thing organically by giving me subs and donos, because that's essentially what I do. And folks, remember to hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, hit the buttons, you know, hit the buttons, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super jacks, super chats, etc. And you know, your donos make this show possible, so please consider doing that. Attack the buttons, indeed. Let's take a look here. All right. Let's read a couple more of these messages. I am the milked man. My man milk is delicious. Saki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Knifey is stuck with the $5 dono. Well, now I must ask the most important question. That question is whether Suris is aware that Dilbert creator Doug Adams originally intended the character of Dogbert to be named Dildog. Salmon Moose, thank you for the $5 dono. Note, Jack is keeping the breeder reactor content silent. I've silenced the breeder reactors. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. You'd think most gamers would be more supportive of that, considering they all played Final Fantasy VII Reunion, and I haven't played that game, so I'm a little lost. I'm sorry. Ashley J. Curtis, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. Raise the BWA and drink up. I still wound up not being tipsy enough for that, but that's all right. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Speaking of sake and not having a bad time, please get yourself some Yamazaki instead. I will endeavor to do so. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the additional 5 tier 1 subs. Don't you know that whiskey is distilled here in Minnesota by hockey moms? There you go. Hockey moms. I did that for you, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Sake Tanuki. That legit sounds like a Five Nights at Freddy's condition. And yeah, I do think that whoever's job it is to monitor prisoners in a jail via cameras, that does seem like a Five Nights at Freddy's situation. The Knifey is stuck. Thank you for the $5 dono. General Thrust of the Shimp Commandos reporting for duty. BWA. I love General Thrust. Hello, Matatiahu. Thank you for gifting Alan Smith a sub. Brett Pooper, Dildog, indeed. Sake Tanuki with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Brett Cooper is if you want to have feelings for Ben Shapiro but are scared of admitting you are gay. And that made me fucking crack up. And I'm so sorry that text-to-speech didn't read that to everyone, because goddamn, that was great. And Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono. My opinion that people say all art is political are annoying. Not gonna lie, they may be annoying, but it's absolutely true. No art is made in a vacuum, and no part of our society is without political import. Beep, boop. There we go, folks. All fart is political. You got it. You understand the assignment. I tried to drop Super Jack. Hell yeah. Beep, beep, beep. Can we expect more Saurus collabs in the future? Yeah. I just don't, I feel like I tend not to have a ton of time to do collabs because there are so many stories in a given day that I want to talk about. I usually spend a lot of time prepping show so that I can like talk intelligently about different topics, which kind of precludes like taking a break to talk with someone else. Dildog. 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 How we doing, folks? I think we came to the end of reading chats. You two have great chemistry. Wonderful stream. I mean, I feel like our segments were messy as fuck, but it was still glorious. W? Hell yeah. Thanks, Exia Ross. Oh, God. Whew. I'm sleepy. All right, I'm going to raid you guys into a nice, safe corner of the internet. Let's see. There's Bagel Rabbit, Bill Boneless, Complaining Laney. Let's do Complaining Laney. I described it earlier as a Matryoshka doll of ADHD when it came to tangents, and I love that. Hell yeah. Get some motherfucking rest, Jack. I got a lot of shit I need to do tomorrow, too. I will endeavor to do my best. I actually managed to go out there and, like, exercise today for the first time in, like, a week. And that fucked me up a little bit, but it was good. All right. Good night, you scallywags. You dogs. You dill dogs. Good night. See you tomorrow, folks.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man